Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Montgomery County Council. I'm your president, Natalie Fanny Gonzalez. It's such a great honor to start the year today with all of you. I would also like to recognize that today is the very first session for our new colleague, Shebra Evans. Thank you so much for being here and for all that work you have been doing. So we're gonna kick it off. So it's an exciting day for sure. So we're gonna start with a proclamation celebrating Muslim American Heritage Month by the County Council. We begin this morning's session with a commemoration, and I am proud to host, in partnership with my council colleagues, recognizing Muslim American Heritage Month. I would like to first acknowledge everyone who are here today, especially the Muslim cohort of the Anti-Hate Task Force, which started with Councilmember Evan Glass' leadership, Khadija Camus, and the members of the Planning Committee, whose leadership, yeah, you can clap, don't be shy, whose leadership, work, and recommendations were instrumental in making today possible, and I look forward to going back to those recommendations and see how we can move more of them forward. That's our commitment. Muslims have been an integral part of the fabric of this nation since before its founding. Honoring and recognizing this long and important history is why we're gathered here today. And I would like to thank Councilmember Andrew Fritzen, because it was under his leadership that we also decided to start having this breakfast. So thank you, Mr. Fritzen. In Montgomery County, the Muslim American community is a vibrant, diverse mosaic of cultures, languages, and traditions that make our county one of the best places in the world to call home. Celebrating Muslim American Heritage Month both now and throughout the year offers us an opportunity to recognize the contributions that strengthen our economy, civic, and cultural life. While there is much to celebrate, we must also confront the reality of anti-Muslim hatred and anti-Arab bigotry that many of our Muslim American friends and neighbors continue to experience. And I do want to share that I do have Lebanese heritage. My mom is half Lebanese, so I take a special pride to see many of you here today. So I don't advertise it that much, or maybe I should, but. So here we are. Montgomery County does not shy away from this awful reality of anti-hate. We strongly condemn hatred and discrimination and are clear that they have no place in our community. Beyond celebration, this month is also a proactive call for community engagement and education. The Council has received a calendar of events organized by the Muslim American community, offering many opportunities to gather, connect, and learn from one another. So I look forward to seeing many of you throughout the month and year, because it doesn't stop in a month. At its heart, today is a reaffirmation of Montgomery County's core values: unity, respect, and solidarity. An inclusive community is a stronger community. I would like to close by thanking all our guests for being here today and our many Muslim organizations for your continued service and support to some of the most vulnerable members of our community. We also have among us elected leaders from the state level and local level. We have State Delegate Sarah Wallach, who's here with us. Thank you so much, Delegate, for being here. We had also this morning joining us for breakfast, Delegate Ryan Spiegel. And we have Board of Education member Laura Stewart, who was here today, and I think she's still here in among us. And we have representatives from Congressman Jamie Raskin. Kathleen Connor is in the back, as well as representatives of Senator Chris Van Hollen's office. Zara Tasmin is also here. I see you over there. Thank you for being here, because at the end of the day, we move forward as a state when the local and the state and the federal government continues joining forces with our community. And again, this is why we're so awesome as a society. And we also have members of the Board of Education here, and the school, and CPS is also here. So thank you for your commitment on diversity. So with that, I'm gonna ask our two speakers to please come forward. I'm gonna join you here. As I have Asif Hussain, President of the Montgomery County Muslim Council, and we have Noor Shaina Ayers, board member of the Muslim Community Center. After the remarks, we're going to proceed with the proclamation, and I'm going to ask my colleagues to please join me down there, okay? So If we can please have the speakers come forward. And I'll be Don't be shy.
This isn't nerve-wracking at all.
Where was
Is
you?
it? Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone. My name is Noor Shayna Ayers. I proudly serve as a board member at the Muslim Community Center in Silver Spring, Maryland, led by Imam Muhammad Abdullahi. This recognition is deeply meaningful to our community. MCC is celebrating 50 years in the community this year. From education and healthcare to public service, small businesses, and civil engagement, our community members play an essential role in strengthening the social and economic fabric of our county. The recognition from Montgomery County Council to have a Muslim American Heritage Month is a commitment to celebrate the rich diversity, cultures, and traditions of the Muslim communities, and to acknowledge the many contributions Muslims have made and continue to make in Montgomery County and beyond. We are grateful for this recognition and for the continued partnership in building a community where every resident feels respected, valued, and empowered to thrive. Thank you.
Okay, assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. Welcome to Muslim Heritage Month. Really, this is now, at least in Montgomery County, the second year we have been enacting this, and I really appreciate the fact that the county council, county leadership has set this up, and again, as we always have seen in Montgomery County, taking the leadership, right, to move this forward while others will be following suit. My name is Asif Hussain. I am the president of the Montgomery County Muslim Council, a leading civic engagement organization representing Montgomery County Muslims and other Muslim organizations here in Montgomery County. On behalf of all the attendees today representing Muslim mosques, social service organizations, philanthropic organizations, or just contributing members of Montgomery County, I would like to first start by thanking County Council President Natalie Fani Gonzalez, current Montgomery County Council members, County Executive, all other elected officials who are today for today's proclamation commemorating January 2026 as Muslim American Heritage Month. I do really appreciate Council President Fani Gonzalez mentioning the challenging times, the challenging state of affairs that our local Muslim organizations are going through today. So let's keep that in mind as we continue to move forward. Muslims have been in Montgomery County, Maryland for a number of decades, helping to cultivate one of the most vast and broad ethnic, multicultural, and religiously diverse communities in America, making Montgomery County one of the best counties in the United States. It is also important to note that, like any other community, the Muslims of Montgomery County are equally diverse within our own community. Muslim heritage is not singular in nature. No one Muslim or localized community is the same as the other, and this itself strengthens not only the Muslims in Montgomery County, but Montgomery County itself. Montgomery County, Maryland would not be what it is today without the contributions of Montgomery County Muslims. Within Montgomery County, we are federal workers, we are business owners, we are scientists, physicians, lawyers, educators, technologists, child care providers, mechanics, trade workers, policemen, and the list goes on and on. Muslims in Montgomery County, we are first-generation Americans. In some cases, we're now second-generation Americans. We're immigrants. We're citizens. We're green card holders. We're asylum seekers. We're refugees, and the list goes on and on. On a day-to-day basis, Muslims of all walks of life contribute to the hard work ethic, knowledge, civility, and respect that compromises all inhabitants of Montgomery County, making Montgomery County one of the most educated, diverse, respected, and desirable places to live in America. We have a great list of events and activities that are scheduled throughout the month of January. Hopefully many of you have seen the flyers that have been going around. If not, we'll make sure everyone gets copies of that, whether it's in your email boxes, social media, whatnot. Please make sure, to the degree you can, to attend these events. We'll make sure, like I said, that all invites are sent out so that many of you can attend all of the great events that are scheduled throughout the county at various locations and organizations. Please feel free to attend these as much as possible. We also, just to keep in mind, after January Muslim Heritage Month, let's not forget, and I'm specifically mentioning this to the county council members, that mid-February through mid-March, Ramadan will be coming as well. So we'll have a list of activities planned during the month of Ramadan as well. Representing the Muslims of Montgomery County, I want to once again thank the county council, the entire Montgomery County council president, the county council, all elected officials for today's proclamation, declaring January as Muslim American Heritage Month. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, do not go away. I saw you. We're gonna read a proclamation, and after that, we're gonna take a picture. Since there's so many of us here, which is awesome, wonderful, I think that for the picture, we're just gonna turn around and ask you guys to stand up so we can take it from there. So we're gonna start. You guys have the order. You're gonna hold this, and you're gonna hold this. Maybe some of you should come here. Might as well. You know what? Let's just get them here. Come here. Come here. Let's just get it. You. Oh. Come here. Let's just look for it. Let's just look for it. We'll figure it out. I'm in the back. Short people in the front. Short people, you know who you are. Yes. People forward in the back. You need to be in the front. Who are her teachers? Next to now. We're the same side. We're the same side.
You got more room in the back. Short people can take a knee.
And we need to get to Sophie! All right. I'm right here. Who's saying what? One big, beautiful family. What about the two of you? Come on. All right, fine. All right. There's.
Really?
She's like, I'm not gonna start until I see you over here. There you go. No pressure. All right, guys. So you remember you have whichever order. Yeah. All right, my friends. You see, this is how we do business in Montgomery County. With love, we see a challenge, we work together, and we make it happen. So, man, you're gonna have strong legs. There you go. The County Council. Oh. The County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland, proclamation. Whereas across the globe, more than 2 billion people are Muslim, making Islam the second largest religion in the world. And
whereas Muslim Americans have lived in the United States since before the founding of our nation, and Morocco was the first county to recognize the U.S. with the Treaty of Friendship in 1786, which remains one of the oldest unbroken treaties in our country's history. And
whereas the Muslim American population continues to grow in the U.S. and includes a rich tapestry of ethnic, racial, linguistic, social, and economic groups. And
whereas, according to the United Maryland Muslim Council, approximately 350,000 Muslim Americans from 60 different countries call Maryland home, and approximately 3% of Montgomery County residents are Muslim American. And
whereas Muslim Americans have made far-reaching contributions to virtually every aspect of society, including the arts, academia, business, entertainment, healthcare, law, philanthropy, public safety, public service, national defense, sports, and so much more. And
this is a first here. Whereas, despite their contributions to the United States, Muslim Americans often experience prejudice, discrimination, xenophobia, and Islamophobia. And
nobody should drop the mic. Whereas an April 2024 poll found that nearly 3 out of 4 American Muslims experience some frequency of bias based on their religious identity, and 65% of Muslim Americans report experiencing religious discrimination at work or school. And whereas public identifiable Muslims, such as women who wear hijabs, headscarves, or other religious attire, face significantly heightened levels of hostility and
Whereas we encourage all residents to report Islamophobia, anti-Muslim bigotry, and hate in all its forms, and urge our enforcement agencies to fully investigate each of these reports. And
whereas Montgomery County is proud to commemorate the diverse cultural traditions of its residents and seeks to provide inclusive space and opportunity to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich histories, significant contributions, and shared principles of our more than 1 million residents. And
whereas, as we uplift Muslim American heritage, residents, employers, and employees are encouraged to learn more about this integral part of our community. And
whereas, we celebrate the values of unity, respect, and solidarity that strengthen the fabric of Montgomery County. Oh my
God. We love you. Now, therefore, be resolved that the County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland hereby recognizes and celebrates Muslim American Heritage Month on this day, the 13th day of January in the year of 2026, signed by Council President Natalie Fanny Gonzalez and the amazing Montgomery County Council. Thank you so much for being here today.
I just need to take a picture. Oh, I guess not now.
Are you taking like half?
Oh no, I have some.
Okay.
I'm not the teacher.
No, just because it gets your throat irritated, no? Okay. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming today. We look forward to seeing each of you in the coming days. Oh, one more. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. We're going to continue with council business. I appreciate every single person in this room. Wonderful morning. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on with the council agenda. Madam Clerk, would you please share today's announcements?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam President. The council will hold a public hearing on the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan on January 21st, 2026 at 7:00 p.m. at the Rocky Hill Middle School cafeteria in Clarksburg, Maryland. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance via the council's website or by calling 240-777-7803. More information can be found on the council's website. The council will receive testimony on the FY27 capital budget and FY27 to 32 capital improvements program on February 9th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. and on February 10th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. for county government, Montgomery County Public Schools, Montgomery College, Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, WSSC Water, Washington Suburban Transit Commission, Revenue Authority, Housing Opportunities Commission, and municipality and state projects. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance on the council's website or by calling 240-777-7803. Registration will close on Friday, February 6, 2026 at noon. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Next, the minutes from, we need action for the minutes from October 7 and 28, 2025. Closed sessions on December 2nd and 9, 2025. Council sessions have been circulated to colleagues for review. Are there any objections to approving these minutes? Seeing none, these minutes stand approved. The agenda item 1 is interviews. They're always very exciting, at least for me. The next one is interviews for the council's representative on the Merit System Protection Board. There is a vacancy on the board due to the conclusion of the second full term of Chair Sonia Childs. We thank Chair Childs for her service. Joining us today are George Margolies and Barbara Sapin from a field of qualified candidates. We appreciate you being here today. I have several questions for you, and we'll alternate who's answering those questions in a fair manner on the open floor with my colleagues who may have additional questions. If they can please move forward and seat. I have Mr. George here to my left and Ms. Barbara Sapin on the right, my right. Thank you for your time and your leadership to come here. So first, the first question is, please explain your understanding of the purpose and function of the Merit System Protection Board and your understanding of the role of a board member. I'm going to start with Mr. Margolis. Would you please kick us off? Can you please turn on your mic? Is that button in front of you? No, it's not on. No, do it again, please. No, far right. No. Hold on. Oh, it's already on. There we go. Thank you.
Is it on now? Yes. Okay, good. Good morning. Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you, Madam President, for this opportunity to be considered for this position. In response to your question, all three members are there, obviously, to ensure a proper functioning of the merit system that safeguards employee rights. This requires a robust grievance system and a robust discipline appeals process. They must ensure procedures are clear, are known, and are followed. The board should be poised to undertake a review of the personnel regulations and the classification system and the conduct of audits as needed. But as to individual members, one has no authority outside of acting in concert with his or her colleagues. That's as to the whole panoply of authority of the board itself, whether it's to decide the appeals and grievances, decide to send a matter to a hearing officer, to publish the annual report, and everything else. I won't go further as far as their authority, but it's basically to act in concert with its members. They don't have any individual authority. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Ms. Sapin?
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate it. The way I see the Merit Systems Protection Board is, again, to protect employees and under the merit systems, which is to ensure fair evaluations, fair discipline, and promotions within the appropriate regulations, and to look at, I think, merit systems throughout the county and other agencies, to develop an annual report and to basically ensure fair and accurate promotions and any kind of discipline. I believe the board's function is to have discipline. If people want to appeal their discipline, is for the board to listen to it. Also to review other merit systems throughout the county, and to also look at, I think, an annual report, and basically to act as a board of hearing when appropriate.
Thank you. Do you have? Okay.
No, that's it.
For the second question, I'm going to ask you to start with the answers, okay? So the second question is, what is your experience in the field of personnel management, including experience with merit systems, collective bargaining systems, or other types of government-regulated personnel systems? Please indicate any other experience you may have relating to the duties and responsibilities of the Merit System Protection Board. Ms. Sapin.
Well, to start off, I was a member of the Federal Merit Systems Protection Board, and that's what we dealt with. We dealt with merit systems, we looked at OPM regulations, and we dealt with discharges, disciplines, and other issues that came up under the merit systems. We also did annual reports. We also did studies that took a look at the kind of I think, it was a wide range of studies that the MSPB, the federal MSPB, was responsible for, to find out how accessible the procedures were, to find out who was using the process. I also I started my legal career at the National Labor Relations Board, which dealt with unionized and also individual rights when it came to belonging to a union and asserting your rights under terms and conditions of employment. I was the general counsel of the American Nurses Association, which was a union, at least at the time. I'm not sure they still are. But and to help with collective bargaining within that organization, as well as the collective bargaining activities of our state nurses associations. And finally, when I did retire from the federal government, it was from the Congressional Office of Compliance, which I think has changed its name finally. We tried to get them to identify themselves as the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights, but that took a while. In any event, we handled all kinds of not only discrimination, but union activities and also OSHA activities that came under the purview of the office. And I've been working with employment law and also merit systems law. And, I went from private individuals and private unions, then I went to the not congressional, but legislative employees with the MSPB, and then finally into congressional employees with the Office of Compliance. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Margolis?
Thank you. I began my career as a labor attorney, first with a federal employees union and then with the New York City Board of Education, later as labor counsel at the D.C. Public Schools, where I subsequently served 13 years as legal counsel, which also involved a lot of labor relations. During this time, I arbitrated countless cases. I also appeared before the Federal Merit System Protection Board at its regional office, which then was located at Leesburg Pike. I appeared before the Public Employment Relations Board, both in New York State and in District of Columbia, handling countless personnel and labor matters. But more germane to this vacancy, the county council appointed me in 1989 to a 5-year contract as special personnel investigator for the Merit System Protection Board after a competitive selection process through an RFP that I submitted. And that contract was extended in 1994 for 1 year and again in 1995 for another year. But I resigned in 1995 to accept the position with the Board of Education as staff director now, chief of staff. And in that role as special personnel investigator, I came to know the workings of the Merit System Protection Board quite well. But also germane to this position, for 9 years I served as a fact finder, in essence a hearing officer, for the county's Office of Human Resources, pursuant to the county's personnel grievance procedure, providing written opinions to the county's chief administrative officer in disputed cases. First for the chief administrative officer, Robert Wilson, and Lewis Roberts. Now, in this role, I became quite familiar with the merit system regs. I also heard cases under the Law Enforcement Office of Bill of Rights for the police department. I've also served in other capacities as a hearing examiner here in Montgomery County and in the District of Columbia. So coupled with my lengthy civic service to our county, which is reflected on my resume, I really look forward to serving again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. If appointed, how would you position this role to address racial equity and social justice issues? We're going to start with Mr. Margolis.
Thank you. That's a very good question to contemplate. Racial equity and social justice really should be at the forefront in this role when considering policy issues and procedural and regulatory issues that come before the board. After all, merit is in the name of this agency. The board should consider the racial and equity policy, social policy that this council adopted by resolution many, many years ago that I know Ms. Navarro introduced. An example might be the equities comprising the review of a proper classification system that takes into account the appropriate knowledge, skills, and abilities that don't mask subtle biases. whether in the classification system as a whole or individual classifications. And that is obviously a responsibility of the Merit System Protection Board. Another example that comes to mind from my investigation as special personnel investigator at one agency, where way back in 1990, I questioned whether agency directors should be instructed to comprise interview panels with an eye toward a demographic balance. What is fairly common now was not common or even being practiced in our county, I'm scared to say, 35 years ago. That is another issue of social justice, in my opinion. I can go on with other examples, but I think this agency, the Merit System Protection Board, as all agencies in our county, should be striving to equity and social justice in all its actions. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sapin?
Yeah, I would, as a board member, I would ensure that the merit systems were fairly applied without implicit bias. I would make sure there was equal access to the procedures. I would also be concerned about making sure that in other agencies where they had merit systems, where they were also equally accessible to people for the process and the procedure. I think that you have to be careful sometimes because you're not dealing really with straight out discrimination when you're working with merit systems. But I think access to the process and making sure that there's no implicit bias, not only in the procedures, but also in the decisions that are reached by the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question is, would you be able to make the time commitment that the board requires? And are there any actual or potential conflict of interest or anything else in your background of which the council should be aware? If you are in a profession that serves clients, what types of clients do you serve? We're going to start with Ms. Sapin.
Yes, I do have plenty of time. I've been retired from the federal government for about 7 years, and I do have the time to do this, and I'd like to give back to the community some of my experiences. I think that would be helpful. I do not have clients at this point. I was the president of my condo board, but that was pretty much it. It was lovely. Nothing like going against the Senate and testifying before the U.S. Senate. But in any event, I have no conflict of interest, and I don't serve clients. I will occasionally rewrite regulations or rules for the condo, but that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Margolis.
Thank you. Yes, I have the time, and I don't have any conflicts of interest.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions from my colleagues. So with that, right? Nobody. Okay. Thank you both for being here today and applying to serve on this important role. Our clerk will be in touch with you regarding next steps. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So next, agenda item number 2 is the interview of the county executive's nominee for Labor Relations Administrator for the International Association of Firefighters, known as IAFF, Local 1664, AFL-CIO, Mr. Mark Gaston Pierce. If you can please come forward. Is he here? Is he here? Oh, he's not here yet? Oh, that's not him. He's not here yet. What time is it? We'll still have 6 more minutes. So why don't we pause, and then if the clerk can please call him and see how long he will take to get here, I'll appreciate it. So stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break. I need it, so. Let's do consent first. Hold on.
We are live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much. We're back. We're going to make a quick change in the agenda just to accommodate one of our speakers. We're going to move to item 3 on today's agenda, and that's the consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Can I have a second? Those in favor, please raise your hand. Any pass unanimously?
Oh, was that for the consent? I did have some remarks, but...
Do you want to take it out of the consent calendar? Just want to do a remark? Go ahead.
Okay, so just wanted to thank my co-leads for their support of the special appropriation for the $1 million for Health and Human Services to ensure that our seniors, our most vulnerable residents, will have access to the resources they need. This encompasses immediate needs, including their nutrition and their home care services, respite services that were cut due to federal decisions. And so I am grateful to my co-leads, Council President Natalie Fani Gonzalez, Council Member Katz, and Council Member Mink. And just want to thank everyone who supported the effort yesterday. We had a press conference in Silver Spring, just thinking about how important and timely this is, because these cuts are directly harming our residents who are unable to access the services that they need. And so just want to thank everyone and look forward to the public hearing. Just a quick breakdown, $450,000 will be for the senior nutrition program to reopen access to meals and ensure that our seniors have access to social experiences. The second line item is for the home care services in the amount of $300,000 to reduce wait lists. And thirdly, $250,000 for respite care to provide thousands of hours of essential support to families who need it urgently. And so I look forward to the discussions that will follow. And if there is an opportunity for anyone who wants to sign on as a co-lead to make their presence known.
Anybody? Councilmember Wiljowondo?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the chair of HHS, and one of her first actions is putting this forward. I think it's really needed, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Councilmember Lorian Sells.
Thank you so much.
I see that our interviewee is here, so we're gonna go back to item number 2, and I'm gonna state it one more time for the record. If you can please move forward as I speak, I'll appreciate it. It's going to be an interview for the county executive's nominee for Labor Relations Administrator for the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1664, AFL-CIO, Mr. Mark Gaston Pierce. Welcome, Mr. Pierce and Mr. Lacy. Mr. Lacy, would you like to introduce Mr. Pierce? Can you please turn on your mic? There you go.
First, good morning, and here on behalf of the Office of Labor Relations. And I have with me Mark Pierce, who is a very esteemed arbitrator, former chair of the National Labor Relations Board, and a longtime practitioner in the area of labor relations. And he's also an arbitrator and mediator as well. And he was jointly agreed to by the county and the IFF as the selection for the LRA's position.
Thank you so much. Mr. Pierce, I will ask you a series of questions and will then open the floor to my colleagues for additional questions. So the first question to you, please tell us about your background and qualifications as it relates to the role of Labor Relations Administrator. Can you please turn on your mic?
I do my best talking when the mic is off. Greetings, everybody. Thank you for having me here. I'm apologizing for the miscommunication with regard to my time. I have devoted my entire legal career to labor relations, 50 years of experience. I was straight out of law school with the National Labor Relations Board in the field offices, worked there for 14 years before I went into private practice. Then I had the honor of being appointed to the board in Washington by President Obama, where I became chair of that esteemed agency. As a field attorney, I investigated cases, I conducted elections, I wrote decisions relating to unit placement and litigated matters involving improper practices or unfair labor practices under the federal statute. Then in Washington, I was a policymaker as well as a manager of the agency. And in our quasi-judicial role, we decided appeals of those investigations that were held on the local level, making determinations with regard to unfair labor practices, representation issues, impasse issues, and the like. Subsequently, I became a member of the Federal Service Impasse Panel under President Biden, where we handled impasses in public sector matters with federal employees. There, I utilized my mediation skills because we had the responsibility of mediating a resolution and failing to do that, then arbitrating it. And 90% of the time through my mediation skills, I was able to resolve the matter without having the need to go to full arbitration. I'm also an arbitrator and a mediator, and I taught labor law. As an arbitrator, I have mediated matters in the arbitration setting. Sometimes I hear cases and I have the parties caucus and I sit with them and resolve issues short of making my determination in an arbitration award. I also serve as a mediator both in the public and private context. I have resolved labor disputes with Baltimore City's school teachers, with city workers in Las Vegas, even private sector mediations where I have resolved matters. All that is to say that I am filled with labor relations experience, and that's my devotion to this work.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Second question. Who are the stakeholders in public sector collective bargaining, and how do you see their different interests?
Well, the stakeholders are the employees of the various bargaining units, the county, and the American public, the county people. There's a responsibility on the part of the county to be physically sound, provide safety and healthy atmosphere for the people. And there is an obligation on the part of the county as well as the public employees to provide adequate services. The public employees are entitled to safe working conditions, fair wages, the opportunity to be able to advance in an equitable way. The county is entitled to efficient services and in a fiscally responsible way. And the public should be able to have confidence in those facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Third question. Under the county code, the administrator must be a person with experience as a neutral in labor relations and must not be a person who, because of vocation, employment, or affiliation, can be categorized as a representative of the interests of the employer or any employee organization. Please describe in greater detail your experience and successes as a neutral in labor relations.
Okay, much of that I've already described in my introduction. I'd have to say that the vast majority of my 50 years of experience has been as a neutral, either prosecuting the statutes, the various public statutes, or serving as a mediator and arbitrator.
Thank you. Fourth question, please share your thoughts on how a neutral labor relations administrator can positively impact racial equity and social justice.
Okay. Well, I find that to be an interesting question because public sector employment oftentimes is the employment that provides best opportunities for folks of color and women as well. Historically, it is the public sector employment that has created atmospheres and utilized regulations to ensure that there is equity in the hiring process and in the functioning and operations within a work environment. Racial relations within the work environment is important. As a labor relations administrator, I have the ability and would have the ability to ensure fairness and transparency in these operations, to make sure that decisions that are made do not happen due to racial or ethnic or gender bias, to make sure that those people who are participating in this process, a process that they're obliged to do so as public employees, that they're going to see fairness and that decisions are not made in a manner that would be biased in any way.
Thank you. Final question from me, Mr. Pierce. Are there any conflicts of interest of which we need to be aware?
None whatsoever.
Great answer, straight to the point. Thank you so much. I see Councilmember Will Jawando.
Thank you. This side, right here. There you go. Good to see you. Thank you for putting yourself forward and for your service. In the past, you bring a lot of experience at the federal level and private practice. Are there any issues at the local level that you think would be unique or a challenge or something different from things that you've handled in the past? Or do you think it's pretty analogous?
Well, I find it to be pretty analogous. The investigation of improper practices is on all fours what I did when I was a field attorney. The decision making relative to unit clarification and unit determinations is exactly what I did with the National Labor Relations Board. The resolution of disputes, or actually the conduct of elections and making determinations with regard to the appropriateness of units are things that I had done for most of my career. So it would be pretty comfortable an environment for me because I'd be doing what I've done.
Thank you very much. Thanks again.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions being requested by colleagues. With that, thank you for being here today, Mr. Pierce, and applying to serve in this important role. The clerk will follow up with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, we're going to move on with item number. The next item will be an exciting one. It's the fourth item of the agenda, and it's a briefing. DMV Moves Initiative. If I can have our speakers to please come forward. We're really excited to see the Metropolitan Council of Governments here with us today. We have Mr. Clark Mercer, Executive Director of Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Kenny, would you like to walk us through the staff report before he provides his presentation?
Sure. Just getting set up here. Apologies.
And it's really great to have COG here. We haven't seen you in a while in a full open session. I'm just buying time here. Are you ready? No. Yeah. Okay. Well, Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this, I don't have a lot to add, but this briefing was requested by COG to walk the council through the findings and process of the DMV Moves task force. The council was represented on the task force by Councilmember Stewart, and the broad aim of the task force was to provide a sustainable funding model and regional coordination on capital improvements and setting a path forward for Metro Rail and generally rural WMATA service in the region. The final DMV Moves plan was approved by the joint boards of COG and WMATA in November. And so COG is here today to brief you all on the findings of the plan, what it sets out for the region, and next steps. So that's just a quick intro, and I'll let COG take over.
All right. Good morning. Thank you all for having us. And so I'm here with Monica, who you know as well, who runs our government affairs and member outreach, and Clark Mercer, the director of COG. So I'll start with Monica. We want to throw up the first slide. Just a brief overview of kind of what DMV Moves set out to do, and then we'll look at the findings, and then kind of the path forward in the state houses in Annapolis and Richmond and in the district. So every 5 or 10 years, there has been an effort for this region to come together and talk about and try to find ways for our transit agencies to work together more seamlessly and coordinate, and also to make sure that they are funded in a way that's sustainable. So the introduction was correct in that this looked at Metro. It also looked at all of our transit agencies throughout the region, about 10 bus companies, Montgomery Ride-On being one of them, and MARC and VRE as well. And it looked at 2 big buckets, and we'll talk about the money, and that'll probably be of most interest to you. But the first bucket, it looked at how can these transit operators better coordinate their services to provide a better product for folks that ride transit throughout the region. And then the second was obviously a funding deep dive, and that looked at 2 things. What do our transit agencies need to operate from one year to the next? And for capital needs, what do they need for their capital budgets? On the format of DMV Moves, there was a task force that was a subset of both the COG board. So Ms. Stewart was on that, as was the county executive here in Montgomery County. Other Marylanders that served on that, Reuben Collins, the chair of the Charles County Board, was on that, involved Senator Augustine and Delegate Corman were also involved in this effort. And I mentioned Senator Augustine and Delegate Corman's names because they are carrying the bill, and Delegate Corman sent me the bill this morning, which will fully fund Metro's share of what we're going to talk about today. Below the task force were two working groups. One was the Community Partners Working Group, and one was the Government Partners Working Group. And they were both very large, and that was by design. The goal there was, at the end of this process, we did not want someone to raise their hand and say we were not involved in the process. Whether we find consensus with everyone is something else, but we didn't want anyone to raise their hand and say they weren't involved. So Montgomery County Chamber was on the Community Partners Group as an example. Chris Conklin, who has been just a fantastic partner throughout this process, was on the Government Partners. So there was 45 groups represented on the Community Partners. Labor was at the table, our environmental groups, our bicycle advocates, almost all of our chambers, Greater Washington Partnership, the Board of Trade, the Federal City Council, and that was chaired by Jack McDougall, who's the chair and CEO of the Greater Washington Board of Trade. The Government Partners Work Group, Rich Madalino was on that. It was all of your CEOs across the region, the CFO from the district, the Washington Suburban Transit Commission, the Northern Virginia Transit Commission. It was your government partners. And they met more frequently than the task force did to inform the task force's deliberations and put up for consideration different thoughts and ideas there. That's a summary slide that you have there on largely on the funding. And I will say that number, $460 million, that is on the capital side. When we started this out 18 months ago, the need for, and this is Metro specifically, the need for Metro, they had both an operating and a capital need to close their gap moving forward. We really turned the screws a bit on Metro, working with them to better understand those numbers. And on the operating side, over the course of 18 months, that delta came to just about zero. And that was through replacing all of their fare gates and fare evasions down 85%. That was through increasing fares on the Metro system. And they have increased ridership for something like 40 some odd months straight. And we got them in a position where they did not need to seek new funding from the three states for their operating, which is fantastic. The capital number started out closer to $1 billion, which the feedback from the task force and the work groups was that would be untenable for the three bill payers, the three states, to meet that amount. And we had real deep dive on kind of from a capital side, we want to achieve and maintain, we want to maintain a state of good repair for Metro and really looking at their finances for their deferred maintenance. And every your Montgomery County Department of Transportation, Maryland DDOT, VDOT, everyone maintains some healthy amount of deferred maintenance. That number never gets to zero. So we said that's not going to be the goal in this to get Metro to zero, but what is a manageable number where we can be confident that that state of good repair will stay a state of good repair, where you can issue bonds, pay those bonds off, and then reissue those bonds so that it's revolving, so that we're not back here in 5 years, if I'm still at COG or there's a new director, talking about another DMV moves with you. We got that number down to $460 million. Maryland's share of that would be $152 million using the capital funding formula that exists right now. And a big discussion amongst the board was, should we look to have one tax to fund this need across the region? Typically, when you look at transit agencies across the country, they are funded through a dedicated tax, like a sales tax. And typically it's a sales tax because that's really the only tax you can look at that grows at the amount that you need to fund transit systems. The overwhelming consensus back from the task force was the bill payers of the three states want to figure out how they will pay that bill on their own. Appreciate the pros of having one tax that's uniform, but Maryland, DC, and Virginia were very loud and clear that they wanted to figure out how they would pay their respective share of that. The other consensus that the task force came to, you see that 3% year kicker there. In 2018, extra money did go into Metro on the capital side, and that money was flat. It did not grow. And that was largely due to your neighbors across the river in Virginia. In order to get that legislation through at the time, that was a compromise with a split General Assembly in Richmond. I don't have to tell you all that you can't buy things in 2026 for what you could in 2018. Labor costs have gone up, costs of steel, that sort of thing. So it's important that there be some amount that capital money grows from one year to the next. That money from 2018, the buying power there, were about 30 to 40% of that buying power is gone. And we are close on the capital side with Metro to them not being able to issue new bonds and just paying off the debt service on bonds that they have already issued. So that's on the funding. We could talk a little bit more about that. I will say, like a preview here, that Delegate Corman did send, and it's kind of SOP for Delegate Corman. He sent it at 5 a.m. this morning. His bill with Senator Augustine that would fully fund Metro's share of this, and they're going to be working that through the General Assembly in Maryland. The middle piece here, and a big, I mentioned Chris and Coughlin, what a great job and partner he was. A discussion of kind of regional bus corridors. And this was a long back and forth discussion with the task force and the work groups, and a recognition that there are some very heavily trafficked corridors in this region where folks get on a bus in Montgomery County, ends up in DC, and we need to communicate and coordinate with our neighbors in a way that gets those corridors, make sure those buses are moving. And that gets really hairy really quickly because who owns the roads, who's operating the buses, but a recognition that for about the past 30 years, this region has talked about these corridors, and we identified the 6 that we've been talking about for a long time that we need to treat and get buses moving in a way that is a bit more streamlined. And the commitment there was a recognition that these corridors are important and that over the next 6 to 8 years, the local DDOTs working with the states, working with Transportation Planning Board at COG, will try to effectuate a plan to get those corridors a bit more seamless. And we have a slide on that, which we'll get to in a moment. The right-hand part of that slide is the number for all of the various transit agencies, bus operators. The Montgomery Ride-On, the number was 16.5 million operating and 14.5 million capital needed annually moving forward. Those numbers came from Montgomery County. And because the task force said, look, when we figure out the funding, we'll go back to our respective jurisdictions and figure out how to fund it. We didn't do much of a deep dive on how Montgomery County wants to fund Ride-On. That's your all's purview. It was just to inform that there is a need above and beyond just Metro. Also, Mark and VRE, there is a need. We did not come up with what that number is, and I will tell you, I am heartened that I know the new Secretary of Transportation in Maryland, Katie Thompson, has already met with and started talking to her new counterpart in Virginia, who was our facilitator on DMV Moves, Nick Donahue, who is the Secretary Designee in Virginia. So they are talking, and I think that is good things for Mark and VRE. I think that's good things for Metro. I think it's good things for transportation writ large in the region. Monica, let's go to the next slide, please. I will not go over all of these 6 areas, but these are the coordination areas where we started the DMV Move Task Force with a discussion of pulling together all of the reports that have been issued on these topics for the past 30 years. And a pretty straightforward question to my staff: which recommendations have been made over the last 30 years that still make sense that we've never implemented? Let's pull those together and have a discussion about those. And then let's try to answer the question, if these are such good ideas and the region has made these recommendations several times over 10, 20, 30 years, why have they not been implemented? And one of the reasons that I would offer that they haven't been implemented is groups like DMV Moves are stood up, they make broad recommendations, and then the group goes away, and we don't hear from them ever again. And you're left in Montgomery County trying to translate, okay, this fare integration, what exactly does that mean? And we ride free anyway, so it doesn't apply to us, and let's move on, right? And so in working with Kanti Srikanth, my deputy who runs the Transportation Planning Board, TPB is going to take up a vote to take ownership and responsibility for a number of these recommendations. Some of them filter down to the local level, some of them are state level recommendations, and some of them I think are appropriate for TPB to revisit and be held accountable to every 6 months, every year. These are, some of these are just kind of common sense things. We got all the procurement folks together in a room about 3 months ago, and they were talking about everything from the soap they use to wash your buses to the tires they use. And they were saying, I would really like to look at what contract Alexandria has or the district has or City of Fairfax has, and we could ride off of each of these contracts, save some money. That's great. So that group we will keep pulling together to meet. Our bus stops, this will be the last example. Like I said, I'm not going to go through all of these because they get pretty wonky pretty quickly. You might have a stop out in front of council office that Ride-On serves and maybe Metro Bus serves. The back end of that bus stop has a bus number that you use on all your IT infrastructure to be able to pull up your phone to see when buses are coming on time. Those bus numbers are all numbered something different. Metro names it something, Montgomery County names it something, Alexandria. The customer never sees that number. They should all be numbered the same thing so we can have one app that we go to where we know if a bus is coming on time. It's things like that. For those that do charge for fares, I know Montgomery during this process had gone ride free, let's treat students 18 and under the same way. Let's treat our older residents the same way. If we have a discount program for folks who qualify based on income, let's make sure that if Fairfax has one, that it's the same that Metro is using. So there's some commonality here. So that 18 and under ride free is a recommendation where we've gotten consensus, and we're going to look to try to effectuate that. Monica, if we can go to the next slide. So there are a number of these coordination issues. Here's some specifics for Montgomery County. You know this corridor, and Chris, much better than I do, but it's articulated there, the MD 355 Georgia Avenue, New Hampshire Avenue corridor. And this one in the resolution gives a lot of wiggle room and leeway and comfort to localities that they're not getting boxed in and committing to anything that they wouldn't be comfortable committing to. Basically, this says that the county will commit over the next 6 to 8 years to work with partners to try and figure this out and that corridor out to make it a more seamless experience. Over the course of DMV moves, recommendations were made to have some amount of money that would go into a regional corridor pot. There was a discomfort with that from the electeds, not knowing the real specifics as to where that money would flow, who would operate these buses. And this was kind of a consensus piece. I will tell you the community partners group was probably the most vocal group that was disappointed in the recommendations coming out of the bus corridors. Your smart growth folks, your bicycle folks, your advocates for transit riders. And the point that they made is, look, we've talked about these corridors for 30 years and we haven't made a headway. And just saying that we're going to work on this for 6 to 8 years doesn't give us the confidence that we're actually going to effectuate the change that we need. That being said, who owns these roads? Maryland Department of Transportation. What responsibility Montgomery County has, how Metro plays in there. Do they operate the buses once they're up and running or not? There was just too many unanswered questions there to be much more granular than where we landed. But it was a commitment from the task force to continue to lean in, and a commitment from Conti and TPB to hold myself and COG and TPB accountable to try to make some progress here. Next slide. So this is the kind of a summary here of what I've just spoken about. I will say I've made this presentation. We're doing one in College Park tonight. We have Prince George's County in a couple of weeks. We'll have the Washington Suburban Transit Commission. We're working to get on with DC Council at one of their annual breakfasts. Jurisdictions that we've presented to that have passed the resolution that the task force passed include Fairfax County, Loudoun County, Arlington County, the Northern Virginia Transit Commission, the Northern Virginia Transit Authority, and all of those entities passed that unanimously. And we'll be bringing that to College Park tonight, asking them to take it up and vote on it, and to Prince George's County. The bill that is going to work its way through the legislature on the funding side is being carried by your delegate, Mark Corman, so I know he would appreciate his home jurisdiction supporting this effort, and Senator Augustine in the Senate. And we will be working throughout the course of the General Assembly sessions on working with those community stakeholders that were on the task force, so that the chamber here, the different community groups, to advocate for the funding. In Maryland, one of the things that might provide a little bit of comfort, and frankly in Virginia and DC as well, the capital funding hits a wall in FY29. And if that money doesn't flow in FY29, you'll start, and there's not confidence that it will be there in FY29, you start seeing the cuts on Metro's capital side start showing up beginning the next fiscal year. So given where budgets are in the states, there's a little bit of comfort that this legislation could move forward, but the funding would be effective starting in FY29, which is July 1st of 2028. So a little bit of wiggle room, not a lot. And I think the point that Metro would make is that if you run right up to that fiscal cliff, that's not how their capital budgets work, that if that money's not committed soon, that they have to start making the appropriate cuts in their capital budget now. I think that's it. Is that the last slide? Awesome.
Thank you.
We try to do less slides. Working with Metro, they do a lot of slides, and we try to do less slides. So.
We love less slides. I thank you so much for the presentation and the partnership with COG. I think at the end of the day, Montgomery County is strong when the Washington, D.C. region is strong. Because we, at the end of the day, we're competing against other regions in the nation. And when we talk about economic development and connectivity, it's important to see the whole region together, and having this type of efforts, that's the way to move forward. And I appreciate all the work that has been done on the DMV Moves initiative. A couple of things that I want to share with colleagues. One of them on the resolution, we are drafting a resolution, but it's not ready for prime time. I'm going to send a draft to all colleagues so they can see it and have their opinion shared with me as council president, but also just because and I'm going to say we, just because I know each one of the people sitting here, we believe in partnership, especially with our state delegation. I need feedback from Chair Corman on that resolution, because it shouldn't be just a paper that talks about vision and ideas. It needs to be something that could actually lead for funding and other important steps at the state level. So that's why for me it's very important for Chair Corman to see it and have its input. Same thing with the county executives team. I appreciate the director of DOT for being here and all the work that Mr. Conklin, you have done for Montgomery County on this area, especially in places that are really controlled by the state, like Georgia Avenue, University Boulevard. It takes partnership to move things along, and that's why having a resolution just signed by council members, it is not enough, and it should not be okay. I need the state to see it and give me their feedback, so stay tuned, colleagues, on that. I promise you that I'm going to move quickly on this, and I'm going to keep you guys posted. I have a series of colleagues who want to speak, and I'm going to start with Councilmember Kate Stewart.
Thank you. So my voice is gone, so I'll be very short. I just want to thank COG, and it was a great honor to serve on the DMV Moves Task Force, and I'm glad to the council president that we are looking at a resolution soon so that we can support Delegate Corman and Senator Augustine. This is just so key to our county, our residents, our economic development. And I'm going to end because I sound awful, but I'm going to thank particularly Director Conklin and Mr. Pitts for all your work on this. It was a lot of work on this task force. There were a great deal of meetings and a lot to review in a quick amount of time. And I just want to thank, again, Mr. Pitts and Director Conklin for all their work on that, and excellent recommendations to the task force on the final. So I'm happy to help how I can, but really looking forward to us supporting Delegate Corman and Senator Augustine in their efforts in Annapolis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Councilmember Evan Glass.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to first extend my appreciation to Councilmember Stewart for being our representative on that, and her previous leadership at COG, and Mr. Mercer, you and your team, and of course, MCDOT, in addition to all of the other partners. I remember the Council of Governments retreat 2 years ago when this idea was first brought about. There was a lot of discussion. And through the collective leadership, your executive leadership, we were able to define the mission, bring people together, and now you're in the sales position of making sure that everybody gets on board, literally and figuratively, for this assignment. I know that when we had that retreat, lots of different conversations about how to raise that revenue. I still firmly believe that the best way to do that is to have a unifying message and one that everyone can understand, which is our region runs when our region runs. And while each jurisdiction has its own way of raising revenue or allocating the budget, I still think it's a lost opportunity for one defining message. Recognizing that in Maryland, we look to the state, which is why Delegate Corman and Senator Augustine's leadership is so important. The district is its own entity and can do as it wants, but then our partners in Virginia, they are largely left to the counties to raise that revenue. Hopefully with this new governor, there will be some support from Richmond or more support from Richmond to fill in that gap. And so I understand why we've landed where we are. But I want to look ahead a little bit, recognizing that this effort is to help WMATA and the Regional Transportation Network, which really is split between Metro Rail and Metro Bus. The rail system is what everyone really sees and thinks of when they think of WMATA. But as we know, it's the Metro Bus that actually is the engine of WMATA, carrying even more people and continuously transporting more people even through the pandemic and beyond. And the networks that we have in the DC region are not equal. We are seeing Virginia building its bus rapid transit network far faster than we in Maryland. We see DC working diligently to build out its network, which is now facing headwinds from the current administration. But we in Maryland at large are lagging behind. I'm curious from your regional perspective how we recognize those differences and what it means moving forward as we collectively raise this revenue for the regional system.
Those are good points and a good question. So a couple of things I should have mentioned during the presentation. On the funding side, I take your point about having one mechanism. I certainly think Metro started this conversation, and they, I think, would have enjoyed one mechanism that they control to raise revenues. I think that was not somewhere where all the electeds in the region could get to. I came at it a little bit differently. My question was, what is the policy goal of having one tax or mechanism to raise? And the answer was, it's predictability, the money's unencumbered, and it's bondable. So I said, if that's the policy goal in raising this revenue, that we want it to be predictable and we want it to be unencumbered so that it's bondable. When we say that, if Senator Augustine and Delegate Corman move that through the legislature and the legislature adds a lot of requirements to Maryland's funding, you got to have 8 car trains here and they can't turn back here and you got to do this and got to do the more encumbrances that you put on this funding, the less attractive it is to bond that money. So I said, look, we may not get to we have one tax that's collected, but as long as the legislation is written cleanly, and it was written cleanly in 2018, where Metro and the folks doing the bonding know that money's going to come in and it can be used on the capital side, then that achieves the policy goal. I think it can be written that way, and I think Delegate Corman gets it, Senator Augustine, and their partners in Maryland and DC. The discussion vis-a-vis rail versus bus, it was heavy on bus and a recognition that we need to invest in bus in this region. On the rail side, the consensus was we need to make sure the existing rail system we have is safe and reliable and works as well as it can. And it doesn't right now. And I'll give you 2 examples that are connected. When you go to Dulles Airport, they have what's called automation. You get on that going from part A to part D, the doors open and close. That is what almost every major transit system in the world has gone to. London, Paris, Montreal, Toronto. There's not a single automated system in the lower 48. Honolulu has it. That's all about Metro's signaling software, how they signal between the trains. And right now, Metro spends probably over $100 million a year patching a signaling system that was put in place 40 years ago. And we toured their signaling rooms. It's safe, but the trains don't run as fast or as often as they could. So part of this is Metro seeking federal match, 50% federal match, to go to fully automated trains. And part of Delegate Corman, Senator Augustine's legislation supports that and notes that you need to work with labor on what that transition looks like. But if we can move to fully automated trains, you'll run more along the red line, they'll run faster, they'll be more timely. And you hear a lot, for example, this east-west congestion in Roslyn between the silver, orange, and blue lines, and the discussion of a new tunnel being built under the Potomac, which is like a $30 or $40 billion proposition. If you go to automated trains along those lines, and if you invest in bus rapid transit from Roslyn to like RFK, you may not eliminate the need in 30 or 40 years for a new tunnel. You might. But everyone recognizes the next 30 or 40 years, you don't need a new tunnel under the Potomac. So going to full automated trains and investing more in buses can help alleviate some of these issues that we see on the rail line. But there were some discussions, particularly from some of our real pro-transit folks. Why does DMV Moves not include, more rail extensions? We got letters from Virginia General Assembly members recommending that Metro go down the middle of 95 towards Potomac Mills, which would be very, very expensive and money that's not identified. And so we said, what is it going to cost to have a safe and reliable rail system and be able to really double down and expand on our bus system?
Thank you for that. And continuing that thought, was at a meeting a month or so ago when Frederick County officials were expressing the same, question about this regional system when it does not even extend, beyond Shady Grove here. But I appreciate the leadership, the collaboration, and also Council President wanting input from all of us so that we express as accurately and as optimistically as we can here at the Council. So thank you.
Yeah, and real quickly, and I'll just mention VRE and Mark. So Long Bridge is being rebuilt, a $5 billion project, rebuilding that bridge, be able to send the double-stacked shipping containers across that bridge through a new tunnel in D.C., right-of-way purchased in Virginia from Norfolk Southern and CSX, which will allow passenger rail to go north, one to go south, and have cargo on its own dedicated line. We spent a whole couple of sessions looking at passenger rail, VRE and Mark. And when you look at other metro areas that are much smaller than the DC region, and you look at how many more people take passenger rail, it's fairly stunning. And one of the recognitions, and the secretaries of the state level need to start working on this now, is when Long Bridge is rebuilt in 3 to 5 years, there's no reason why Mark trains can't run across that bridge into Virginia, then turn around and go back into Maryland. That planning, and the same for VRE, and that planning needs to happen now. And that's one of the responses to the folks advocating for Metro to be pushed further down 95 to Dumfries. VRE has a heavy infrastructure running trains right now into DC every day. And we don't, I'm not sure we have given the time and attention we need to passenger rail in this region. Particularly, and I can share the stats with you all, but I think you'd be shocked to see metro areas that are a third the size of the DC region, and their passenger rail stats are 2, 3, 4 times more people ride those trains every day. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bojomondo.
Thank you, Clark. Thank you to you and your team for the presentation. I was having deja vu. I remember in 2018 when we were all hailing the original $150 million dedicated funding agreement. But as you brought up, that money doesn't go as far as it needs to. I bring this up in the education context quite often. You can't buy the HVAC today for what it cost, 15, 20 years ago. So I'm glad that the inflationary adjustment is a part of it. I'm also glad that the bill has been introduced. I look forward to supporting it, obviously reviewing the details. I'm glad we have Director Conklin here. I wanted to ask you, just one of the things that many of us have been concerned about is with the changes in service, particularly to Metro Bus. There are parts of the county that lost and dropped service. And this came up in 2018. I remember the debate. There was Virginia always debates, and you're a Virginia guy. It was like, well, why are we giving as much when DC and Maryland use it more? Whether that's true or not, it depends on the routes. Was there any discussion around how the changes in service are going to impact, particularly the clawing back? I'm thinking of places that had a Metro bus but no longer do, and now Right On has to try to fill that gap, or not in many cases. Was that a part of how much did that come up, and how much is that a part of this discussion moving forward?
kind of part of the discussion. I mean, the Metro bus redesign happened during the middle of this, so we would get feedback, and that was kind of outside the purview of we're not doing Metro's redesign. We hope they're working with Montgomery County, and I think they've adjusted some of the routes, based on feedback. And I think the formulas have been updated to reflect the kind of considerations. I mean, folks that want service pay for it, right? And if there's more service here or less here, that's supposed to be reflected in the formula. I will say the Metro formula was not something that was under our marching orders. I will say Chairman Mendelson's a great board member of ours. He said, I agree with everything that we've done. I support all of this, but I fundamentally want the formula to be different. I want all of us to pay a third. And he abstained from the final vote because he wants the Metro funding formula changed. He said, I support everything up there. That just wasn't part of the purview of what we looked at. I will say 2018, though you make some good points, I was in Richmond in 2018. We did sign legislation, and I think if you had, one of the problems that happened in 2018 is that there was not, we should have done a better job of making sure Maryland and DC and Virginia were on the same sheet of music in terms of the new money we're putting in, what is it supposed to get us?
Right.
And holding Metro accountable in terms of what they're supposed to be producing for us. And this 3% cap is a great example. In 2018, a 3% cap was discussed. That cap, if you ask folks in Maryland, DC, and Virginia, what does that mean for Metro's year-over-year costs? You get three very different answers. So different that you can't really, as bill payers, figure out kind of what Metro's future looks like if Maryland has one definition of what a year-over-year cap is, DC has another, and Virginia has another. So one of the things that we're going to do at the end of this process is really document what this new money is supposed to do, what are the expectations, what are the ridership growth commitments that Metro is making baked into all of this, and then revisit it. So that if we run into a problem in 5 years, we can revisit this and understanding things happen. But I think the three states really need to get comfortable with what they're going to be putting into this, and then Metro throughout this process said, look, we need to be held accountable year over year to making sure our growth is within certain boundaries, and we all need to agree on kind of what those boundaries are.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It makes sense,
Yeah.
and a big improvement from that last process. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else who would like to join to speak how wonderful you guys are, and thank you for your partnership. So stay tuned on the resolution, and we really need to have Delegate Corman, or Chair Corman as I call him, to see it, just because he does represent Montgomery County. He's not just a chair in the Maryland General Assembly, he's from here, and we need his input and making sure that he feels that he's on board with us. Same thing with our county executives team. So stay tuned on that. And with that, I thank you so much for coming to Montgomery County. And everyone, we are on recess until we're back at 1:15 p.m. for our next proclamation recognizing Korean American Day, and then a whole lot of public hearings that I'm very excited about. Let's take a break. Thank you. Good afternoon. Whoa, can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natalie Fanny Gonzalez. I'm the council president here in the Montgomery County Council. Welcome to each one of you. We're going to start the afternoon session with an amazing proclamation. It's a joint proclamation recognizing Korean American Day by the council president and the county executive team, as is on echo. If I can please have everybody who came for the Korean American Day proclamation to please come forward. Thank you. I'll join you on the floor with Mr. Rich Madaleno.
Sorry, I don't mean that. Can I help?
Again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natalie Fanny Gonzalez. Thank you so much for being here today. You're all going to be a witness on this beautiful proclamation. I want to welcome everyone today as we proclaim Korean American Day in Montgomery County. Yay! Our diversity makes us so beautiful. This worked out so well because of the public hearing we have after this. We're honored to welcome distinguished guests, community leaders, and members of the Korean American community who have joined us today to celebrate this important occasion. I want to highlight the outstanding public service of the Maryland Secretary of State, Susan Lee. She's not here, but I saw her last night, and she was amazing. And the Chief Administrative Law Judge of the Maryland Office of Administrative Hearings, Judge Chun Pak. Thank you so much for your leadership. Korean American Day, observed on January 13, commemorates the arrival of the first Korean immigrants to the United States in 1903 and honors more than a century of Korean American history and contributions, especially the food. On this day, we celebrate not only the achievements of Korean Americans across all sectors and industry, but also recognize their resilience in overcoming discrimination and challenges to build thriving communities that enrich the fabric of our country, state, county, and nation. Korean Americans, yeah, go ahead, you can clap, sure. Don't shy. Korean Americans have brought a rich cultural heritage to our community, including language, traditions, music, cuisine, I know that about that, continuing to enrich our region and inspire future generations. Montgomery County has cultivated strong connections with Korea through cultural, economic, and community initiatives, including the Sister City Partnership with Daejeon, South Korea, fostering cultural exchange and mutual development. As we honor the extensive contributions and strength of Montgomery County's Korean American community, we're reminded of the values of perseverance, service, and community that guide both past and present generations, and that in our county, there is nothing we cannot accomplish when we uplift one another and work together. Now, yes, thank you. Now, I will turn it over to my friend, Judge Pak, to remarks before reading the proclamation with Chief Administrative Officer Madaleno. Judge, thank you.
Thank you, County Council President, and the Montgomery County Council members, and County Executive Mark Eldridge, who's here on his behalf, Madaleno, who I had known for years. Korean American community is very grateful, and we all know we stand on the shoulders of many other immigrants who sacrifice fighting for social justice, civil rights, and because of their sacrifice, many of us are able to do what we are able to do, including I'm being appointed as a chief administrative law judge. And that would not have been possible for the work of all of you and people like you who came before us and fought for justice and fairness for everyone. And I want to thank you. Before I finish, I have invited Councilor Yoon from Korean Embassy because we have sister city arrangement with the Montgomery County. So I'd like to ask him to say a few remarks. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Councilor Yoon Ju-kyung from the Korean Embassy. Thank you for Montgomery County having this great event, and I'm very happy with you to commemorate the 123rd Korean American Day. The Korean community, just one comment from my home country. I offer my heartfelt congratulations on the Korean American Day, and I hope this on this occasion serve as a meaningful opportunity to further enhance the pride of the Korean American community and ensure the friendship between our two nations, the Korea and the United States, continues to flourish for the generation to come. Thank you.
One trick. I'd like to introduce some of the leaders here. Sun Hwang from the Sun's Media System, Sori Spies, and the Linda Han from Global Hanin Hyundai, and Mr. Kwang Lee from the Korean American Senior Citizens Association of Maryland, and Mr. Kwon from the Korean language calligrapher. No, sorry. Yeah, and the Mr. Young-Ah Kim from Montgomery County Korean American Association, and Vicky Lee, Vice President, and Dr. Ji-young Cho from the Korean Community Service Center, and the Alana Lee from the Federation of Korean American Associations, and Jay Kim and his wife. Tip of my tongue, from the global. He's the deacon of the Global Mission Church, and we are all here, and we are honored.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Rich Madalino. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer of the county government. I'm here to represent our county executive, Mark Elrich, who unfortunately could not be here with us today because he's in Annapolis. The legislative session starts tomorrow. He's with Secretary Lee in Annapolis. He has asked me to say Annyeong Haseyo. Happy New Year to everybody, and thank you. There is someone sitting back there with a wonderful sign that says, "We are all immigrants." We are all immigrants. I have relatives from so many different European countries, I can't even go through them. But starting with Italy and England, I know the council president is an immigrant from Venezuela. All of us have these stories, which is why it's so great to celebrate. It's so great to come together as a community today to celebrate one part of our community, Korean Americans, but to celebrate and reflect and protect all parts of our community today. So thank you so much, Council President Fanny Gonzalez, for this, because Korean Americans do so much for our community, and it's a reality. Our diversity is our strength. You're going to hear that, I'm sure, repeatedly today. And the Korean American community is so important to Montgomery County, to Maryland, all of the contributions. We very much appreciate what 103 years of Korean American contributions have made this country as great as it is. So thank you so much. And I know the Council President and I now have a joint proclamation to share with everybody.
We're going to put this around first.
You can relax for a second because we're going to read it. So that's
okay. You need one more? Oh, how could I forget you? Shame on me. There you are.
Thank you very much.
We're going to read it together. Let me read this one. I'll give it to you. I'm going to start with you. The County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland proclamation. Whereas on January 13, 1903, the first 102 Korean immigrants arrived in the Hawaiian Islands after a long journey across the Pacific Ocean, marking the first entry of Korean Americans to the United States territories. And
whereas the first Korean immigrants to the United States worked tirelessly to establish themselves, their descendants grew up to become citizens, many of whom went on to serve in the armed forces of the United States in all major conflicts since World War I. And
whereas Korean Americans have made vast contributions to the United States, including the invention of the first beating heart operation for coronary artery heart disease. Wow. Development of the nectarine, a two-time Olympic gold medalist, and achievements in the fields of science, technology, finance, law, medicine, education, sports, media, arts, military, government, and virtually all aspects of American life. And
I would say, including being First Lady of the state of Maryland.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, where our prior First Lady. I'm trying. Yes. Just to be clear, whereas through hard work, talent, and resources, Korean Americans have helped to make Montgomery County one of the nation's most diverse and outstanding places to live, work, educate children, and raise a family. And
whereas Montgomery County, the state of Maryland, and the entire United States have benefited from the contributions of the Korean American community. Now, therefore, be resolved that the County Executive Mark Elrich and the entire County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland, do hereby proclaim January 13th, 2026 as Korean American Day in Montgomery County and encourage residents to join in recognizing and celebrating the tremendous contributions of the Korean American community presented on this 13th day of January in the year 2026 by County Executive Mark Elrich and Council President Natalie Fanny Gonzalez. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, everyone, for coming today for the Korean American Day proclamation. Now we're going to move on with our agenda. First, we're going to have a public hearing of Expedited Bill 3525, County Administration, Immigrant Protections, Promoting Community Trust, Immigrant Protections Act. There's a lot I can say about this, and I just going to keep it simple because we're here to hear from you. I just want to emphasize that I am so proud to live in Montgomery County and to have each council member join me on this legislation. And I'm proud to have the county executive and the chief of police joining forces with us because at the end of the day, we are about protecting Montgomery County and protecting public safety. And that means the safety of every single resident living here. With that, I'm going to ask, start asking people to come forward so they can start sitting down as we move on. I'm going to start with the first panel, and that's Mr. Earl Stoddard, representing the county executive. CASA, I'm going to have Amma Frimpong, Then the Maryland Office of the Public Defender, Sean Lenk. We're going to have Joanna Silver and Mr. Omar Lasso from the Montgomery County Latino Restaurant Association. And we're going to end on this panel with Rabbi Scott Berlo from Jews United for Justice. As they come in to sit down, I would like to say that there is a joint Public Safety and Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee work session. It is scheduled for this bill for January 28, 2026. Those wishing to submit material for the Council's consideration should do so by the close of business on January 21st, 2026. As a reminder of our public hearing testimony guidelines, your comments must be limited to issues relevant to the public hearing topic for which you are testifying and are appropriate for a public hearing. You will hear a tone when your time is up, and appreciate everyone abiding by their allotted time. I will say now, please do not clap, do not boo, do not interrupt any of the speakers. It goes for everybody, regardless of your size. I will not allow that for anybody. Okay? So with that, my friends, we're going to start with you, Mr. Stutter.
Good afternoon, Council President Fanny Gonzalez, Vice President Balcom, members of the County Council. For the record, my name is Earl Stoddard. I'm an Assistant Chief Administrative Officer testifying today on behalf of County Executive Mark Elrich in support of Expedited Bill 3525, the Trust Act. But before addressing the specifics of the legislation, I want to talk to our immigrant residents. I want to say you are welcome here. Your contributions to our country, to our county culturally and economically are critical to our county's success and vibrance. We want you and all residents to feel safe from harassment, safe from abuse, and safe from violence. Expedited Bill 3525 in large part codifies and in some places updates existing county policy established under Executive Order 135-19. Since 2019, this executive order has governed and more specifically limited county involvement in immigration enforcement. I want to be crystal clear. County agencies do not collect immigration on immigration status unless required as part of a federal program eligibility assessment. In situations where we do make that assessment, we do not store or share that information with anybody. The Montgomery County Police Department does not collect, nor does it care, frankly, about immigration status when it does its enforcement, and does not participate in any federal immigration enforcement operation. Simply put, national data has shown that immigrants are far less likely to commit crimes than their native counterparts and are more likely to be victims of crime. Therefore, public safety in Montgomery County focuses on building community trust so that all residents, including immigrants, feel safe reporting crimes, providing witness information, and participating in the collective community effort to reduce crime across the county. Executive Order 135-19 and Expedited Bill 3525 are comparable in other ways as well. In the limited circumstances where the county receives an immigration detainer to our Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation for a person who is convicted of a crime of violence, drug trafficking, sexual offenses, or other serious breaches of the public trust, our department may notify ICE prior to the release of those individuals from custody. We cannot and will not hold those individuals beyond their legally mandated release timeline, but do believe that for those individuals who have hurt others, this strikes the appropriate balance to promote public safety for all. What we are seeing nationally is a tragedy and a disgrace. Citizens and non-citizens alike have been subjected to civil rights abuses that stain this country in a way that is going to take a very long time to wash away. Just last week, we saw Renee Nicole Good murdered in Minneapolis by a federal immigration agent. These actions have made the job of local law enforcement harder and, frankly, undermine confidence in government nationwide. We are seeing communities across our country being torn apart and public trust eroded. While Expedited Bill 3525 will not fix all of those issues in Montgomery County or anywhere else, the county executive firmly believes it's an important next step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now clapping, please. Next.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council Vice President, members of the Council. First, thank you to all of you for co-sponsoring this critical legislation. My name is Ama Frimpong. I am a proud immigrant from Ghana, and I'm here today representing CASA as our legal director. When I immigrated to this country as a child, Montgomery County became the safe and welcoming place that I called home. Now, over the past year, we have seen ICE separate Montgomery County's families, kidnap breadwinners, hold them in inhumane detention conditions, and deport them without due process. In the past 6 months alone, CASA has responded to the confirmed ICE detentions of over 100 Montgomery County ICE residents, impacting an estimated 350 household members. And these are just the cases that have been reported to CASA. This includes just a few weeks ago, a diabetic resident who was deprived of his medication in ICE custody, and a father of 3 U.S. citizen children who was detained in his parking lot as he was leaving for work to provide for his family. His youngest child is only 10 months old. Residents are understandably afraid to leave their homes and afraid to access essential services. The Promoting Community Trust Act sends an unequivocal message to the public that our leaders will not be complicit in ICE's human rights abuses. ICE is capable of conducting its inhumane, unconstitutional, and unlawful operations without using this county's agents and limited resources. This bill banned 287G agreements, making clear that our county's law enforcement agents will not act as ICE agents. It prohibits officers from engaging in immigration enforcement while policing our streets. It makes clear that when you call Montgomery County police officers or otherwise engage with county agents, you are engaging with those whose duty is to serve and protect our residents, not to separate and devastate our residents. While protecting us, this bill simultaneously allows for legitimate and lawful cooperation with immigration authorities when there's a valid judicial warrant. The provisions of this bill do not impede or even affect criminal law enforcement in this county, but rather enhance public safety by preserving the trust that our community has in this county's agents. Montgomery County has already established itself as a welcoming and inclusive place for immigrants. It did that for me. And it is time for us to take the necessary next step to enshrine our values into law, codify protections for immigrants, community members, and pass the Promoting Community Trust Act. Thank you for your time.
President Fanny Gonzalez and members of the council. My name is Sean Link, and I'm an attorney with the Maryland Office of the Public Defender's Immigration Division. We respectfully request that the council pass Bill 3525. Public safety is founded on public trust. I want to highlight 2 ways that this bill will improve community safety and confidence by defending due process rights and by ensuring safe access to vital public services. First, this bill protects the due process rights of everyone in Montgomery County, including the core value that someone is innocent until proven guilty. The existing ICE notification policy has eroded due process for non-citizens who have been arrested, even if a non-citizen is deemed not to be a threat to public safety by a judge who orders that person released while they await their day in court. They can still be reported to ICE by county jail officials for pickup upon release. This report to ICE can disrupt the criminal case process and drop someone directly into the deportation pipeline instead. Once in ICE detention, these individuals are physically unable to attend their day in court here. They're stripped of their presumption of innocence, and they're unlikely to ever hear the evidence against them, let alone be able to defend their innocence to a judge or jury. These individuals remain stuck in a vicious cycle. The pending case is a reason to deny any bond out of immigration detention. The resulting barrier to attending criminal court may result in a bench warrant issued here, and then the unproven allegations will likely be presumed true by immigration authorities as they determine the person's fates in this country. It's a domino line of due process violations that can easily turn a false accusation into a permanent deportation. For many, placement into this deportation pipeline is also a punishment far worse than a fine, probation, or even a jail sentence may be. To correct this injustice, this bill places reasonable limits on information that local officials can share with ICE after an arrest and yet prior to any conviction, protections that are at the heart of due process, fairness, and that presumption of innocence. This change will have a profound impact on a narrow category of people, specifically those released to await their trials, folks whose case was dismissed or placed into a diversionary program, or people who serve short local sentences, all of whom are generally charged with low-level offenses. This law will not touch the rules in place related to anyone convicted of a serious crime or sentenced to prison. Briefly turning to my second point, the council must pass this bill to set clear boundaries between ICE and local criminal law enforcement. The current system fosters distrust by blurring those two systems. Fear and confusion about immigration risks makes county residents reluctant to engage, not only to attend criminal court dates, but to participate in pretrial supervision or proactive treatment services, to fight for child custody, even witnesses to a crime who may be afraid to speak with police or defense investigators. This leaves non-citizens vulnerable to abuses of all kinds and prevents courts from doing justice. Montgomery County residents must be able to rely on a justice system that seeks truth via due process and is clear in its scope. Please pass this bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanna Silver. While I have testified before this council in a number of capacities over the years, I am here today in my personal capacity as someone who has worked for over 20 years as a federal public defender here in the District of Maryland, representing people caught in both the criminal and immigration systems. From that experience, I can tell you that ICE's current practices are cruel, disregard due process, and undermine rather than enhance public safety. For example, I represented an individual who returned to the United States after being deported because he was threatened with violence in his home country. He was charged with the federal crime of illegal reentry, and while that case was pending, an immigration judge granted him protection from future deportation under the Convention Against Torture. This individual served his criminal sentence, was released, and was doing well under supervision in the community. But after Trump took office, ICE arrested him again and deported him to a third country. Within weeks, that country sent him back to his home country, the very place he fled out of fear of persecution, the very place an immigration judge had ruled he could not safely return to. Now, while we expected a sharp increase in illegal reentry prosecutions, particularly for people with serious criminal histories, that increase has not come under Trump. Instead, ICE has been focusing its resources on deporting rather than prosecuting as many people as they can get their hands on, regardless of what their immigration or criminal history is. For example, we saw our illegal reentry numbers drop when all of the ICE agents in our region occupied DC this summer. In keeping with ICE's myopic focus on deporting as many people as possible, I have seen judges release people in their federal criminal case to await trial under supervision in the community, only for ICE to pick them up and deport them immediately before they can go to trial. So let me be clear, this means that one federal agency, the Department of Homeland Security, is undermining the work of another federal agency, the Department of Justice, with deportation prioritized over accountability for alleged criminal conduct. Finally, in recent months, I've seen individuals arrested on the street by ICE with no probable cause, sometimes simply for standing near someone else who was being targeted, what we call a collateral arrest. Now, I have seen these cases because when those individuals resisted their arrest, they were prosecuted federally for a federal crime of resisting arrest. And the fact that that arrest was illegal in the first place is unfortunately not a defense. These cases illustrate that ICE does not have the best interests of our local community in mind. They do not care about public safety. They care about terrorizing immigrants and meeting deportation quotas. Thank you.
President Fanny Gonzalez, members of the council, I want to thank you. My name is Rabbi Scott Perlow. I'm the rabbi of Adat Shalom, which is in Council District 1. I'm here today to testify in favor of Bill 3525 on behalf of Jews United for Justice. I want to say that I'm personally grateful for the leadership and partnership of CASA, Montgomery County Immigrant Rights Collective, the Congregational Action Network, Action in Montgomery, and many, many others. And my testimony will sound very different than my esteemed colleagues to the right over here. It's not even an assertion, it's a question, but I can't get it out of my head. And the question is this: when they shot Renee Good in the face, what Bible were they reading from? They tell me that they read the Bible, and forgive me, but I'm in a position to know what's in it. When they shackled Kilmar Abrego Garcia and took him from his wife and family, where were they reading? In the Bible, in the Torah, in the Quran. I just can't reconcile it. I can't figure it for myself. Deuteronomy 10:19, and you should love the stranger or the immigrant. It means the same thing in the Hebrew. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. Was it cut out on the way to church? Was it left on the floors of synagogues or mosques? Was the page missed in the printing press? How did they not read it? You should have one law and one Torah for you and the immigrants amongst you. Was it the case that on the Mayflower that their ancestors almost certainly did not sail upon, that page fell into the sea? Did they not realize the irony of what it meant to come here shivering from another shore, and yet to say, you don't even deserve to live? There are thousands more, thousands that we don't see on television, locked, shackled, taken from their families, thrown into cages, deported without cause. And I wondered, did they read the line in Leviticus 1933 that says when an immigrant lives with you in your land, you are not permitted to abuse them? Which Bible are they reading? Which Torah are they quoting? Because I can't figure it out, and I am in despair. But you've given me hope. You've given me hope. Because it seems like you have read your Bible, and you know what it says right there on the black letters on the white, that people are meant to be protected, loved, and cared for, no matter where they come. And if we can stand up in some way, maybe not in the clash of civilizations way that we need, but in some way to be able to protect the people of this county, I am with you, and I am grateful.
Thank you very much. I just want to first start off by thanking, Council President Natalie Fanny Gonzalez and the rest of the council. This is a time where we really need to feel like someone's got our back. For a while, it's been a long year, but it really has felt like nothing can stop this train. So this, to me, is something that just is something that's very needed. And I'm very grateful to be a part of this wonderful county. So my name is Omar Lasso. I am a small business owner, community leader, and president, actually member of the Montgomery County Latino Restaurant Association. I'm here today because what is happening in our immigrant communities is not theoretical. It's painful, personal, and deeply destabilizing. Immigrants make up more than 30% of Montgomery County's population. These are the people that are our doctors, that are our lawyers, that cook our food, clean our offices, build our homes, care for our children, teach our children, keep our small businesses alive. Small businesses are the backbone of this county, and many of them are immigrant-owned, which, when immigrants are afraid, our entire local economy suffers. I have seen firsthand how fear is ripping through our communities, not just slowing them down, but devastating them. I've sat across from restaurant owners with tears in their eyes because they don't know if they'll be able to keep their doors open. And with that comes 15, 20 employees that are working for these businesses. And I own businesses, and I worry about my staff, and I worry about making it, because it's not just me and my family, it's 10, 15 other families. I've talked to tax preparers who are afraid right now because people are afraid to file taxes. I've spoken with beer and wine store owners, watching their sales collapse. I've heard from government contractors losing contracts, losing workers. And right now, there's even, a lot of folks are not getting their residencies renewed. I have employers. I had a teacher that came that I was helping, that her permit expired. And all of a sudden, she couldn't teach her kids at school in MCPS. And we were able to renew, expedited, but there's a lot of people that don't have that help. And I just want to thank you. I am obviously in support of the Trust Act, and it's something that is very, very needed. And I want to tell you, we have, especially communities that have a larger immigrant population, they're being affected more than other communities in Montgomery County. And I can see it throughout the county. So I hope that we can pass this because it's really, really important for our economy.
Thank you so much for everyone. We're going to call the second panel right now. So the next 7 people are Davida Rowley from Montgomery County Community Action Board, Frederick Norman, Mark Disler, Amy Wyckoff, Jereen Martinez Mapp, Sophia Wall, Mark Anthony Briseño. Just come forward, find your seat, and please state your name right at the beginning of your testimony. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm missing people here. Again, Davida Rowley, Frederick Norman, Mark Disler, Amy Wyckoff, Jereen Martinez Mapp, Sophia Wall, Mark Anthony Briseño. Okay, we can start. The first are not here, so we're gonna start. Amy, would you like to start? Oh, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Davida Rowley, and I serve as the chair of the Montgomery County Community Action Board. We are the county's locally, state, and federally designated anti-poverty group. We'd like to thank you for sponsoring this bill, which would codify important protections for immigrants in our community, many of whom are served by our agency. The Community Action Board is in strong support of this bill. We believe that the measures included can help to reduce fear and anxiety and reassure members of the immigrant community that they should not be afraid to access critical services. Addressing the needs of the immigrant community has always been a priority for our board because we recognize that too many immigrants who are served by our programs are living in fear right now. We are the governing body for the Community Action Agency as well as the county's Head Start program, and we're continuing to hear from staff and from families that they're living in fear, scared to apply for services, scared to send their children to school, and in some cases scared to leave their homes altogether. Our agency's Tacoma East Silver Spring Community Action Center, as well as our navigation program, our volunteer income tax assistance program, and the cluster projects, which is the newest addition to our agency, address the needs of members of the immigrant community each and every day. And so those stories are coming to us directly about the impacts of immigration enforcement. There's one family where the father is scared to leave the home. The mother has become the primary income earner, of course, putting a strain on the family. The self-sufficiency standard, which we produce every few years, shows that a family of 4 with 2 young children needs nearly $123,000 to survive, and this family is not able to maintain that even in the least bit. The immigrant community comprises 1/3 of the county's population, about 42% of whom are not citizens, living in extremely difficult circumstances right now. Of course, impacting the family's emotional well-being, their mental and physical health, as well as their income. So this bill will encourage residents to apply for services, to continue to seek out the supports that we provide in our programs, and that the county will do everything to support them and protect them. So we appreciate the council's leadership on this issue, and we ask you to consider additional steps to support undocumented neighbors. While undocumented residents are ineligible for the most federal safety net services, the county's own programs, such as Montgomery Cares and MC Groceries, provide critical support to residents with few other options. And so expanding support for those local programs is very important and can make a difference, as well as any additional legal services that can be provided to families as they navigate these really difficult times. We ask that you keep that in mind during the upcoming budget season. So we strongly support this bill, and we continue to offer our support for any future efforts to protect immigrants in our community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Amy Wyckoff, and I have lived in Montgomery County for 38 years. I'm here today to strongly oppose Expedited Bill 3525, also known as the Trust Act. While proponents claim this bill is about trust, it actually functions as a sanctuary policy that undermines the rule of law and endangers public safety by shielding criminal illegal aliens from federal authorities. By prohibiting county employees from investigating immigration status and strictly limiting cooperation with federal immigration officials, this bill builds a wall between local law enforcement and ICE. One of the primary lessons of 9/11 was that the lack of information sharing and cooperation between local and federal authorities leads to fatal mistakes. In particular, a number of the hijackers were illegal aliens who had subverted our immigration laws. This legislation ignores that lesson and directly contradicts federal statutes, such as the 1996 Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act, which bars local governments from prohibiting the exchange of information regarding immigration status with federal officials. Sanctuary legislation actually hurts the immigrant community the most. In the summer of 2019 in Montgomery County, a series of heinous sex crimes perpetrated by illegal aliens against women and children shocked the nation. In one case, 2 illegal aliens from El Salvador raped an 11-year-old girl on multiple occasions in Germantown. They were friends with her older brother. More recently, a Salvadoran gang member, also in our county and illegally, was convicted in 2023 of accessory to murder. After serving his sentence, the Montgomery County Circuit Court ignored ICE's immigration detainer and released him, requiring ICE to arrest him near his residence in Silver Spring. By releasing these individuals, you are not protecting vulnerable communities. You are protecting the criminals who often prey on those very same immigrant neighborhoods. It is important to remember that every crime committed by an illegal alien is 100% preventable because the perpetrator should not have been in the county to begin with. Statistics show that illegal aliens are at least 3 times more likely to be incarcerated than U.S. citizens and legal immigrants. Finally, these policies are unfair to legal immigrants who respect our laws, often waiting years to come here. Additionally, they place a massive financial burden on taxpayers. In Maryland, the cost of supporting illegal immigration is estimated at $2.9 billion annually. I urge the Council to prioritize the safety of its law-abiding residents and the integrity of the law by rejecting Expedited Bill 3525. We need more cooperation with federal law enforcement, not less, to ensure our county remains a safe place to live and work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, esteemed council members. My name is Jerian Martinez, and I'm a junior at Seneca Valley High School. I stand here before you to urge you to pass the Trust Act and stand by the immigrant communities in your county. Growing up, I have watched my mother navigate an extremely foreign world, leaving behind the comfort of her own country and everything as she knew it, her culture, her tradition, her family, to provide me and my siblings with the opportunity and a future that didn't exist back home. She worked tirelessly to ensure that I can achieve my goals, my dreams, and my aspirations. However, hardworking mothers and fathers like my mom are painted as criminals, animals, and threats simply because they are immigrants, a narrative that is much too common, though it couldn't be further from the truth. Immigrants are not a threat to the community. In fact, they're the foundation of it. My mother, alongside 3,500,000 immigrants in Montgomery County, contribute every day to a system that consistently denies them the safety and the respect that it promises others. They are taxpayers that fund our infrastructure. They pay into Social Security that they can never collect, and they fund schools that their own children are afraid to attend for the fear that they might not come home. When we allow ICE agents to terrorize our community and give local police loopholes to work or act as immigration agents, the safety that they claim to provide comes at a cost of our families. Immigrant children are being stripped away from their families, left to tend for themselves. And instead of worrying about schoolwork, they are burdened with things that children should never have to worry about, such as where their next meal will come from or how they will keep a roof over their head, while also trying to keep themselves safe from the same consequences, rather than worrying about their pursuit of education, like other children our age. We live in fear that one day our parents won't come home, that there will be no one left to guide us, protect us, and provide for us, and that we may never see them again. For some children, this fear has turned into a reality, and they must now endure the trauma that will follow them through the rest of their lives. By not standing up for immigrant communities, you're telling the residents that you want their labor, you want their taxes, and you want their contribution, but you do not want them, and you fail the community that you swore to protect. This is not a matter of political views or political divide. It is a matter of prejudice, discrimination, and community. But most importantly, it is a matter of safety. For this reason, I urge you to act, stand with our community, and pass the Trust Act, as well with other immigrant-focused legislation like the County Values Act. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mark Anthony Briseño. I am a senior at Seneca Valley High School and I'm a proud son of 2 undocumented immigrants who have lived and called this country home for almost 20 years. My parents mean everything to me. I never imagined anything could happen that would separate us, but on December 17th, everything changed. That morning, at 8:30 a.m., my father was taken by ICE while leaving Home Depot in Silver Spring. My mother and I didn't hear from him until 9:30 that night. For over 13 hours, we didn't know where he was or if he was okay. When he finally called, he told us about the conditions inside the detention center. They were not given blankets, they couldn't use the bathroom regularly, and they were forced to sleep on the floor, even though temperatures around this time could drop down to the 20s. Every day, officers told people that if they wanted the suffering to stop, all they had to do was sign a paper agreeing to deportation. My father was exhausted, malnourished, and barely sleeping. He told us he was considering signing, and me and my mother begged him not to. My father has lived in this country since the late 1980s. He tried to get citizenship, but for someone who came here with very little knowledge and limited knowledge of the system, it was incredibly difficult for him to do so. Even without papers, he built a life here. He started a business, he worked hard, and he earned the trust of people across Maryland through his repair work. And he built real relationships with all of his clients. More importantly, he never stopped showing up for his family. He would always come to my school events, he would plan dinner for me and my mom, and he always made time for us, no matter the situation. When he told us he was detained, it hit us like a train. I keep asking myself, why does this keep happening? Why are people who are just living their lives, working, and caring for their families treated less than human beings? I've seen countless videos and heard too many stories of kids who have lost both of their parents to ICE, or who are suddenly responsible for raising all of their younger siblings. This is not protecting the United States. This is tearing families apart. I shouldn't have to live in fear that my mother could be taken next, or that my friend's parents could disappear tomorrow. I am 17 years old and I should be focused on college, car payments, spending time with my friends, but instead I've been forced to grow up overnight and take on responsibilities my father used to carry. My mother has been hit even harder. Why should she have to carry everything alone? My father was our support in almost every way, and now, because he was taken from us, we are left trying to survive without him. This is why the Trust Act matters. No family should go through what mine is going through. No child should have to grow up in this way. We deserve to feel safe in our own communities. And to enhance the protection for my family, please also pass the Incoming Values Act so what happened to my family doesn't keep happening to others. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to call on the next panel. Next, we have Marvil Nabin, Ella Won, Gabriela Rivera, Prabhu Selvun, Nicole Eisern, Faustina Akadon, Stacy Sauter. We are going to start this one from right to left. We're going to start with you. Is that okay? Just please state your name right at the beginning, and then we go down the road, okay?
Hello. Sorry. Should I start? Okay. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Faustina Akadum. I'm a 9th grader at Seneca Valley. I was born in Ghana and came here around the age of 1, a daughter of immigrants searching for a better life. My parents uprooting their own lives, not only for me, but my whole family. At the time, a family of 5. Leaving family behind to lead a new life is already hard enough. You lost your entire support system, distant by continents, having to learn how to not be with them while adjusting to the new world. In a place where you hardly recognize at home. I know this because I watched my parents leave 2 kids and their entire family. As I got older, I watched them slowly adjust, step by step, learning their languages to finding a new place to fit in. My whole family, my whole life, Moko has been my home. It's been safe, quiet, diverse, and a beautiful place to grow up. I felt respected, like I belonged, but lately it hasn't felt that way. ICE dressed up in plain clothes just like you and I, terrorize our cities and towns, detaining our people with no warrants, unlawfully kidnapping our people from their homes, jobs, and eating out the streets, documented or not. We can't just sit here and wait for someone to help and speak up for us. Me, myself, I'm scared. Scared that I can be taken away even though I've been a citizen for 4 years. Scared for my parents. Scared that I've been taken unjustifiably despite giving up everything to be here. That's why I'm here today, to advocate for other immigrants who do not have the voice to speak up. Families live in fear with a crushing weight on their chest, questioning, am I next? Kids wonder if their parents are going to be taken away when they come back home from school. No kid should worry for their parents in a space where it's deemed safe and secure. Parents should not worry about the kids watching them, seeing them get taken away. This is not political. This is just moral justice and basic human rights. These are the immigrants who are the backbone of our county. There are nurses, doctors, teachers, construction workers, business owners, and so much more. But most of all, they are people. And as people, no matter what skin color or ethnicity you are, and as a part of a well-known diverse country that binds itself on love and acceptance no matter what or who you are, we need to look back and ask ourselves, is this right? Is it what MoCA really represents? This is why Bill 3235, the Immigration Protecting Act, will help defend thousands of people across this country. Families will stay together, communities will have trust, and immigrants finally have a place to belong. I urge you to listen to me and support this act with all immigrants across MoCA, because without them, our neighbors, our friends, our county wouldn't be nearly as strong, as diverse, and thriving as it is today. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon, council members. My name is Mervelna Bean, and I am a 9th grader at Seneca Valley High School, and I'm here in support of 3225 and Bill 3225. As a student, I watched my peers stay silent about their heritage and culture out of fear. Fear I now know all too well. I often hear the sentence, "I don't want to get sent back." None of our students should ever have to worry about that. No student should fear being seen as different in a place that promised them acceptance and opportunity. School should be a place of learning, growth, and safety, not a place where fear follows students into the classroom. It disgusts me that any child should have to fear for their lives everywhere they go. I see that fear every day in the students who stay silent, who avoid attention, who worry more about their families than their homework. When a caregiver is detained or deported, a child loses stability, support, and the person they depend on most. No child should ever have a burden such as that placed on them. Students are already vulnerable. They witness the detention or deportation of a parent. That trauma follows them into our schools, affecting their focus, mental health, and their future. If they can't feel safe outside, in our schools, homes, then we have failed the young members of our community, because fear has no place in our community. The reality leads us to Bill 3225, not as politics, but as protection. This bill protects the most vulnerable members of our community, the people who work tirelessly, the people who are the backbone of our communities and support our local economy immensely, and the innocent children who wake up every day hoping for an education that can take them far in life. Many immigrants, such as my own, came to America seeking opportunity and possibly a better life. They call my parents aliens, but I've never known my parents as anything but hardworking and willing to give up everything to give me anything. Recently, a mother and a poet named Renee Nicole Good was killed during an ICE-related incident. Regardless of politics, no child should fear losing a parent this way. I have 2 siblings, and I cannot imagine coming home to hear my mother was killed and labeled as a threat. That's why I urge you to pass Bill 3225 to limit cooperation with ICE and to protect our communities. Because as a child, I should not have to stand here and ask you guys to feel safe in a place I call home. Bill 3225 isn't just a bill. It's a safeguard against harm to families, schools, and our county as a whole. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Ella Wan, and I am a freshman at Richard Montgomery High School. I'm here today to urge you all to pass the Montgomery County Trust Act, because what is happening right now is getting more dangerous by the day, and we do not get the luxury to ignore it. Less than a week ago in Minneapolis, an innocent woman was shot 3 times and killed by ICE agents. May Renee Good rest in peace. When I think about that, my stomach turns. She had 3 kids. She was someone who woke up that morning thinking she would make it home. And this did not happen out of nowhere. It happened in a country where immigration enforcement has been pushed further and further, and where violence is no longer shocking because it's been normalized. We see this in peaceful protesters being tear-gassed and beaten, in families being ripped apart without due process. We see classmates vanish from school without an explanation, and we see parents stop coming inside buildings that used to feel safe. And this is happening at every level, not just in high schools. Middle school. Kids who are still figuring out their locker combinations already know what ICE is. They know what those letters mean. That alone should appall every single person in this room. And to be crystal clear, none of this is hypothetical. A council member in this very room was confronted and denied the right to legally record ICE agents. That happened here. If an elected official can be shut down for documenting enforcement, then families without power do not stand a chance. That is the environment that students are growing up in right now. And Montgomery County already knows how to respond to this. Local police are not enforcing federal immigration law, and county services already operate with the understanding that people deserve access without being punished for who they are. This Trust Act puts that reality into law. All this does is codify what our county has already been doing to protect our immigrant community. That's it. We are not reinventing anything. We are just taking practices that already exist because they are right and because they work, and we are putting them into law so that they cannot be taken away later. And just as you stood unanimously behind the Trust Act, I urge you to introduce and pass the County Values Act and other immigrant justice legislation with that same united resolve, because this cannot wait. Passing the Trust Act is a line in the sand. It says that fear does not get to run this place. It says immigrant families and community members are not bargaining chips. And it says that students are able to go to school and learn without fear sitting in the room with them. So I urge you to pass the Trust Act. Do not water it down. Do not delay it. Put into law what you already know is right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Gabriela Rivera, and as the daughter of two immigrants who has seen the impacts of ICE and fear of family separation since my early childhood, I am speaking as a member of this community and on behalf of the organization Montgomery County Immigrants' Rights Collective, otherwise known as MOCO RC. Some of you may have already be familiar with MOCO RC, and for others, this may be your first time hearing about us. We are a volunteer-led community mutual aid network dedicated to protecting and empowering immigrant communities across Maryland. We mobilize volunteers, provide Know Your Rights education to residents and businesses, support families impacted by ICE detention, and serve as a hub for immigrant justice organizing. MOCO RC is also the only rapid response network in Montgomery County, responding in real time when ICE is active in our neighborhoods and when families are in crisis. Through this work, we have helped build and support other immigrant rights collectives across the state, including in Prince George's County and Central Maryland. We show up every day for the very communities that this county says it wants to protect. I'm here today to urge you to vote yes on Expedited Bill 3525. This bill is critical because it strengthens trust between immigrant communities and county government while also improving safety and access to essential service for everyone in Montgomery County. When people fear that interacting with county officials could lead to immigration consequences, they are less likely to seek health care, use public services, or report crimes. By clearly separating county resources from federal civil immigration enforcement, this bill protects families, provides clarity for county employees, and ensures residents can access education, health, and housing services without fear. This bill would help discourage the discrimination our people and community is facing at the moment. In a time of need, our community should be able to feel like they can go to county officials and not be afraid. These people can't keep living in fear because of their legal status. At the end of the day, they are still human beings with a family. It's not just that one person that's being affected, but it's also their kids. It's also their cousins. It's also their siblings, their friends, their significant others. The list can go on and on. And to be quite frank, what is the point of having the county government if not to be there for our community? Without the community, you guys wouldn't be sitting there with a job. There should be a clear distinction and separation between immigration enforcement and the county government. I will also like to emphasize that although this bill may be helpful to our community, it is not a solution. Our people are still being racially profiled, and our people aren't being treated like human beings, and our community still feels unsafe. There is much more we need to see from you, and voting yes on this bill is not the end. It is only the first step. Next would be protecting and making sure people are trained to know what a valid word is. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Nicole Izern. I was born and raised in Lima, Peru. I've been a proud resident of Montgomery County for 23 years now and an educator for 11 of those years. Today, I work directly with families supporting their children's overall well-being. As an educator, part of my job is to connect families to resources, but that work has become increasingly difficult. After countless violent abductions in and around our neighborhoods, families are living in constant fear. Parents are afraid to leave their home, afraid to walk across the street, afraid to drive to the dental checkups. Seeking help has become a risk. That fear is not abstract. ICE agents have used elementary school parking lots as staging grounds. Places meant for morning drop-off, recess supervision, and after-school pickups have been turned into sites of surveillance and intimidation. Elementary schools' parking lots are not law enforcement bases or immigration checkpoints. It should never be dangerous to care for your child, and yet that is our reality. Families cannot safely cross the DC border to take their children to Children's Hospital for specialized care. Instead, we've been forced to send companions, school social workers, or staff to take children alone so parents can remain hidden and safe. These are our families. When was the last time any of you sent your child to a pre-surgical appointment without you, accompanied only by a school employee? This is not a solution. It's trauma management. At the very least, parents must feel safe within our county boundaries, but even that safety no longer exists. Why are we allowing ICE to terrorize our neighbors and traumatize their children? Why are we watching as laws are broken in broad daylight? Our students carry this irreversible trauma into our classrooms. We say we want our children to thrive. We want them to read on grade level and excel in math. In what world does that happen when children are grieving the disappearance of their parent? Are we truly prepared to do nothing while hardworking men, not illegal aliens, are racially profiled and abducted by masked individuals without warrants right here in Montgomery County every day? Our dads are being taken. Pass this act. Make it official. Prohibit discriminatory practices. Fiercely limit county involvement. Rebuild trust. But also unmask these men. Enforce warrant requirements. I urge you to pass this Just Act and do the same with the Values Act. As an educator, I'm asking you to do what our children desperately need and honestly deserve. Protect them. Thank you.
It's hard to follow, especially when you're here to testify against the bill. My name is Stacy Sauter. What is at issue here is not compassion. We are compassionate indeed, but good governance and the risks that arise when accountability and transparency are lacking. By passing Bill 3525, the Council would be cementing into law management practices that have significant consequences for taxpayers, folks who are asked to shoulder the financial burden of Montgomery County's sanctuary policies without clear disclosures of the costs. Ironically, while the county expands resources for undocumented immigrants, many legal immigrants and longtime residents as well are finding it harder to live, work, and build businesses here. A friend of mine who immigrated legally from the Ivory Coast recently attempted to open a laundromat here. After navigating complex permitting requirements and layered regulations, the upfront cost reached nearly $500,000 before the business could even open. She gave up. Another friend, a Maryland native, opened a nail salon and found herself overwhelmed by shifting and arbitrary regulations that made staying open nearly impossible. These women were investing their own resources, trying to create jobs while raising families and contributing to the local economy. Both ultimately walked away. One is moving to Frederick. You cannot continue expanding publicly funded benefits while the county's economic base is shrinking and businesses leave. Contrast that with unauthorized immigrants who can apply for taxpayer-funded resources without verification of immigration status. No ID, no problem. The county has authorized multiple nonprofits, including those receiving county funds, to provide acceptable photo IDs in place of standard documentation. This is a major accountability issue. Your governance issues are also evident in our housing policy. The council repeatedly cites the lack of affordable housing, yet enacted rent control measures that have dramatically discouraged new multifamily construction. Builders are leaving, lenders aren't lending, and reports show permit applications for new multifamily units have fallen to near zero. The result is fewer units, a tighter housing market, reduced revenue, and greater fiscal strain. Still, the county continues to expand commitments to undocumented immigrants without an open accounting of costs. Taxpayers might be more understanding with greater transparency about the number of immigrants being served, what those services actually cost, and which agencies are most affected. But that information is rarely provided, at least not in an easily accessible, comprehensive way. To be clear, immigrants are already protected by important civil rights. What is too often overlooked are the civic rights of taxpayers, the right to transparency, responsible stewardship of public funds, and equal application of the law. When accountability erodes, public trust does too. Compassion without accountability invites exploitation. I believe passing Bill 3525 contradicts the council's duty to protect the interests of all Montgomery County taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Fanny Gonzalez, the entire council, and our community partners for making the Trust Act possible, and for having the courage to take this principled stance for our community. Thank you so much to my fellow testifiers today speaking in support of this bill, including our young people like Mr. Briceño, who have so much courage to be here today. My name is Prabhu Selvam, and I'm a candidate for Montgomery County Council at large, but most importantly, I'm speaking here today as an emergency room physician and a public health professional. I want to speak directly to why this legislation is so critical for the health and survival of our immigrant communities. Undocumented immigrants were more than twice as likely to die during the COVID-19 pandemic. And right here in Montgomery County, women from immigrant communities and their newborns are far more likely to experience severe pregnancy-related complications and preventable harm. These disparities existed even before the Trump administration stripped away access to Medicaid, Affordable Care Act subsidies, and funding for federally qualified health centers, resources that so many of our neighbors depend on simply to survive. I've worked in emergency rooms in Germantown, Rockville, Frederick, Baltimore, and other states, including border states. I have seen time and again the devastating consequences of when immigrant families are too afraid to seek care until it's too late. I'm hopeful that with this legislation, we will finally see families feel safer accessing county public health facilities or receiving health care in county buildings provided by trusted partners like Mobile Med. But this is a reminder for me today that our work is not yet done. There is still so much left to do. We must deepen our collaboration with organizations like Mobile Med and Primary Care Coalition. We must work with our state colleagues to open up more hospital beds and cut down ER wait times. And finally, we must significantly expand our healthcare workforce so that we can better reach our most vulnerable communities, including those who are recently being pushed further into the shadows. A nuestras comunidades inmigrantes, este condado es su hogar. Sus hijos son nuestros hijos. Sus miedos son nuestros miedos. Y su futuro es nuestro futuro. Juntos, como una sola familia, seguimos adelante con dignidad, solidaridad y sobre todo con esperanza. Gracias.
Thank you. I'm going to call on the next panel now. Jamaica Brown, Leslie Katz, Joe Chiefrin, Joshua Brown, Deborah Miller, Abby Janamanchi, Michael Banacor. Just a reminder, please state your name right on top. And let's do this. We're gonna start from right to the left. Sir, if you can please start, turn on your mic and state your name. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council President Fanny Gonzalez and members of the Council. It is wonderful to see you and good to be here to speak strongly in support of Bill 3525, the Trust Act. My name is Reverend Abhi Janamanchi, and I serve the Cedar Lane Unitarian Universalist Congregation in Bethesda. I am a proud immigrant from India living in this country for over 30 years now, and a proud Montgomery County resident for over 13 years, and a faith leader. I came to this country in my 20s looking like so many others did, not for special treatment, but for a place where my family could live, belong, and contribute to the common good. Montgomery County has made a clear and meaningful commitment to being a welcoming and inclusive county, and a county in large part why we chose to live here 13 years ago. Through its programs, partnerships, and public leadership, our county has long affirmed that people from many backgrounds belong here and they deserve safety, respect, and support. Now, my Hindu Unitarian Universalist faith affirms the inherent worth, dignity, and divinity of every person, no exceptions. And I see that same moral vision reflected in the county's values and policies. But values are only real when they are tested. And right now, many immigrant families in this county live with a constant, quiet fear that a simple interaction with federal government could unravel their lives. And fear changes behavior. People withdraw, they stop asking for help, they stop reporting harm, and when this happens, trust erodes, not only for immigrants, but for the entire community. As a faith leader, I see what fear does to the human spirit. I also see what happens when people feel protected, when they know that seeking help will not put their family at risk. Trust grows, people step forward, communities become safer and more whole. And that is why the Trust Act matters. This legislation does not change who Montgomery County is. It makes us live into who we say we are. Because dignity is not a slogan, it is lived. And so at a time when cruelty, fear, and exclusion are being normalized at the federal level, our county is choosing something different. And this is not only a policy choice, it is a statement about who we are and who we are called to be. So thank you for bringing this forward at a time when courage matters, and thank you for choosing love over fear and trust over intimidation. Thank you for passing the Trust Act.
My name is Jo Schifrin. I'm testifying in support of Expedited Bill 3525. I first want to thank Council President Fanny Gonzalez for her leadership on this legislation and thank the Council for being bill sponsors. I'm a retiree, the granddaughter of Russian and Polish immigrants, and a member of the synagogue Adat Shalom. I am guided by the Jewish values of Tikkun Olam, repairing the world, Tzedek, the pursuit of justice, and Derech Eretz, ensuring all people are treated with dignity and respect. Beyond my Jewish values, I'm guided by the fact that I have cousins who were born in Guatemala and now call the United States home. Immigrants have been building lives, families, and community in the United States for generations. Immigrants have been and are now our coworkers, classmates, friends, and neighbors. They're my neighbors in Bethesda and were my grandparents who immigrated to this country many years ago. They are embedded in the fabric of the United States. And yet, Our country has also had a long history of treating immigrants as outsiders, denying many who were not born in this country the dignity, safety, and security they deserve. I am proud that Montgomery County is one of the most diverse counties in the country. I do not want to live in a community that would allow my neighbors to be treated with violence, to be separated from their children, or to face detention without due process under law. I believe it is imperative that county police not voluntarily cooperate with ICE. It is incumbent upon us as a diverse community to outlaw discrimination based on immigration status, and ICE should be restricted from entering sensitive locations without a judicial warrant. This bill will make clear that ICE does not have the legal authority to separate people from their families, nor the authority to enter our schools, houses of worship, or other county facilities. And further, this bill makes sure that county resources will not be used to voluntarily assist ICE. Immigrants belong in Montgomery County, and we must use every tool at our disposal to ensure that they can live safe lives here. I urge the Council to pass Expedited Bill 3525, promoting community trust, quickly and without any weakening amendments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see all of you. I'm Deborah Miller, the Maryland Director of Government and Community Relations for the JCRC of Greater Washington. We represent over 100 synagogues, schools, and social service agencies in the region that serve not only the Jewish people, but all Montgomery County residents. We work tirelessly to build strong relationships and coalitions with other communities in pursuit of justice, tolerance, and equity. I'm here today in support of Expedited Bill 3525, known as the Trust Act. This legislation codifies that county resources and services will be provided to residents regardless of immigration status and ensures that newcomers will not be discriminated against. It is critical for law enforcement to keep our community safe, and we must remain a warm and welcoming community while they do so. To be effective, local police must garner the public's trust and not instill fear with warrantless arrests. Supporting immigrants has always been a top priority of the JCRC, especially since we, the Jewish people, have been immigrants. We know all too well what it feels like to be vulnerable, to be othered, and to be attacked simply for who we are. The Trust Act encapsulates our commitment to social justice and our long history of endorsing policy measures that protect the most vulnerable. Our Jewish tradition, as you heard from Rabbi Perlow, commands us 36 times in the Torah to welcome the stranger, as we know what it feels like to be a newcomer and to be surrounded by people who are hostile. In Montgomery County, we have been leaders in advocating for the immigrant community with our robust network across the county of synagogue social action chairs. For years, we have worked with interfaith leaders to help resettle refugees from Syria, Afghanistan, and Ukraine. And we have teamed up with several Latino organizations, Identity, the Amica Center, and CASA, to support legislation to protect immigrants. Today, our immigrant community is under attack, as you heard firsthand from these remarkable high school students. Parents go to work but don't come home, or worse, they are torn away from their children while dropping them off at school. We are witnessing an unprecedented level of cruelty and inhumanity. The JCRC is here to speak up for our allies and to say these actions are not acceptable. The Trust Act will protect Montgomery County's immigrant community. It tells immigrants that we are here for them, to stand up for their rights, to ensure they receive due process, and to fight for their dignity and respect. The JCRC is committed to ensuring that Montgomery County remains an inclusive, compassionate, and caring community where everyone feels safe regardless of their immigration status. We thank County Council President Fanny Gonzalez for leading this effort and appreciate the entire council's full backing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Reverend Michael Vanacore. I am the senior pastor of Pilgrim United Church of Christ in Wheaton, Maryland, and I'm a member, my congregation is a member of Action in Montgomery, and I am a resident of Silver Spring, and I guess adding along with what some of my friends here have said, I am a proud descendant of immigrant families from China and from Italy. As an individual, as a pastor, and as a community leader, I urge you to pass the Trust Act. People I love, some of the closest people to me here in Montgomery County, are currently living in terror of ICE enforcement. I worry, my family, we worry every day that we might wake up one day and find they are detained. And in addition to that, they are living in dire financial straits because of the chilling impact of immigration enforcement on contingent labor. I have observed a drop in attendance and fear from some of my parishioners because of the lawless and cruel actions of our federal government. It is having a chilling impact on my congregation and other congregations that share our building. In just the past few months, with the support of both Action in Montgomery and members of my congregation, I have prayed at my immigrant neighbors' bedsides when they are sick. I have raised money and organized meals for them when they are destitute. I have worked day and night to find immigration representation for them when they are detained. And I have sat with their loved ones after their loved ones have been deported. And I would add, it's one of the most painful things for me as a father, as a pastor, as a community member, when I think about two little girls I know. I tried to help prevent the deportation of their father just recently, and he's been deported, and now they don't know when they will see their father again. As a father of a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, that is very painful to me. My faith tells me that the single greatest commandment is to love the Lord your God and to love your neighbor as yourself. And yet our federal government is doing everything in its power to oppress, drive out, and terrorize our immigrant neighbors. This bill gives us in Montgomery County a chance to fight back. My favorite scripture reads, "Is this not the fast that I choose? To loose the bonds of injustice, to undo the straps of the yoke, to let the oppressed go free, and to break every yoke," from Isaiah 58, verse 6. I urge you, as a pastor, as a resident, and as a community leader, stand on the side of the immigrant, of justice, of liberation, of the community. Stand on God's side and pass the Trust Act today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Brown, and I'm a resident of Montgomery County for the last 8 years. My family are immigrants too. They came from England some couple hundred years ago. And I come before you today in support of the Trust Act. 250 years ago, our founders proclaimed to the world, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." Those were not just words. Their declaration became a contract written with ink and paid in blood. That contract has been safeguarded for generations by ordinary Americans. Today, that inheritance is under threat from our very own government. The concepts in our Constitution were revolutionary at the time. Indeed, we fought a revolution over them. Americans of all backgrounds, of all faiths, of all means, banded together in a great struggle through great difficulty to guarantee our right to liberty, our right to self-determination, our right to self-governance. Through years of bloody war and terrible sacrifice, our new nation was birthed. It was not founded on someone's gene pool or their divine right. It was born from the commitment of ordinary people to a radical, untested idea. The Trust Act before you honors that commitment. It is not some meaningless performance politics. It is constitutional fidelity. It is patriotism in action. It declares that in Montgomery County, we will not participate in this administration's abuse of power. We must be clear, this act does not protect criminals. It does not shield those who commit violent acts. It simply recognizes that when we lose the community's trust, we break faith with the promise of our Constitution, and we make criminal law enforcement more difficult. 2.5 centuries ago, our founders pledged their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor to the idea that all are created equal. Today, we are asked only to pledge our political courage. I urge you to pass the Trust Act and send a clear message to all who are listening. In Montgomery County, we protect our community. We honor our Constitution. Please pass this act. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Leslie Katz. And from what I understand about the Montgomery County Trust Act is that it strengthens public safety, protects taxpayer dollars, and promotes community stability by ensuring residents can access essential services without fear. The Act separates local responsibilities from federal immigration enforcement, allowing county agencies to focus on their core mission, keeping Montgomery County healthy, safe, and economically strong for all who live here. Research proves that providing services to immigrants makes sense in so many ways, including, but certainly not limited to, long-term economic sense for the county. Immigrants fill jobs in healthcare, agriculture, construction, childcare, and small business, all found in Montgomery County. Essential services keep workers healthy and stable so they can stay employed, lowers crime rates, provides access to education for their children. This increases the children's chances of becoming self-sufficient adults, raising the likelihood of them giving back to our county. All of this saves taxpayer dollars in the long run. I've lived in Montgomery County for almost 32 years. One of the reasons my husband and I stay is because of the diversity of the community and some of those who may need essential services. My husband and I have become friends with several immigrants, all Latino, whom I'm speaking of, we have worked with in different capacities for 30 years. These are people that are not different from us. They're hardworking, trustworthy, law-abiding, tax-paying, family-oriented, kind, religious people who are making the county a better place through their choices, their work, and their deeds. In addition to fleeing gangs in their native country, they came to the United States to work to have a chance for better lives for themselves and their families, not for handouts. In fact, one of my friends who could use more services than she does because of need refuses to take them, knowing that the federal government will use it against her in her efforts to become a citizen. So she and her family make sacrifices to get by. Something she has used is medical and psychiatric services for her son who has autism. He's been using these services since he was diagnosed around age 5, and thanks to the help, has been showing improvement every year since then. He's now a senior in high school, preparing to attend Montgomery College next year. She feels strongly that that would not be possible without the services that he's received. Let's be honest, no one loves paying taxes. I mean, look at the billionaires. They do all they can to shirk their responsibility. But watching my friend manage her situation over the years has convinced me that these services for immigrants are well worth the taxes. I'm proud of my county government for their moral clarity in introducing the Trust Act. Please pass it.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, from this panel. The next one, the final panel, is please come forward, Dhruva Diego Kumar, Reverend Green, Reverend Ann Dursey, Philip Alexander Downey, Reverend Kristen Schmidt, Francisca Castellon Bonilla, and Isabel Argotti. if you can please state your name right on top. And we're gonna start again from the right to the left. Reverend, thank you.
Madam President, County Council members, my name is the Reverend Ann Dursey. I'm a deacon and a minister of community engagement at St. John's Norwood Episcopal Church in Bethesda, Chevy Chase. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you today, both as a resident and as a faith leader who embraces our immigrant neighbors as valued, beloved, and respected members of our community and our human family. I'm offering my strongest support for Expedited Bill 3525, and I thank you for moving this important bill forward at a time when it's needed more than ever. Speaking as a resident, I believe this legislation is crucial to ensure public safety in our county. Simply put, cooperation with federal authorities on civil immigration enforcement in Montgomery County will draw limited law enforcement resources away from the essential work we need them to do, which is fighting crime, enforcing criminal law to ensure public safety, not enforcement of civil immigration law. This bill, if enacted as written, will ensure local law enforcement resources remain focused on their most crucial responsibility, public safety. Moreover, if immigrant residents of our county have reason to fear that contact with county law enforcement, or indeed any other element of the county government, may result in immigration enforcement, they will hesitate to turn to law enforcement or to seek essential county services when needed. Our immigrant neighbors will live in vulnerability, fear, and need. This is unacceptable in a county committed to equity, inclusivity, and respect for the human rights of all. This bill, if enacted as written, will ensure that all our neighbors know that they are valued and safe, and that we can all be confident that our civil and constitutional rights will not only be respected in, but defended by our county. Finally, though, as a faith leader in Montgomery County, I say we cannot ignore the many credible and alarming reports of unconstitutional and illegal acts by federal immigration enforcement, acts that are often violent and brutal, immoral, and unjust. Acts that have resulted in people being traumatized, families torn apart, emotional and physical injury, and even death, as we have seen again so recently in Minnesota. These acts violate the most fundamental tenets of all the great religions represented in Montgomery County. They contravene our most basic values as a constitutional democracy. The federal government, on both sides of the aisle, has failed over years to implement an efficient, just, compassionate immigration policy and a humane immigration system that reflects not only our national interests, but our national values. This failure is no justification for terrorizing and abusing our immigrant neighbors, who are integral members of our communities and our human family, or for threatening their friends and allies who are standing up peacefully for what is right, as we have the moral obligation and the constitutional right to do. This hurts us all. Montgomery County must never be part of this in any way. Please ensure Montgomery County remains true to its values and its people by passing as soon as possible Expedited Bill 3525. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Kristen Schmidt. I am a resident of Olney, and I serve as senior minister of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Silver Spring, which is a member congregation of Action in Montgomery. I never thought I would have to depend on my county to protect me from the federal government, but here we are. We are living in a time made perilous by a president yearning to be a dictator, an ICE agency with no respect for the rule of law, and a Congress either unwilling or incapable of adequately holding either accountable. So, unfortunately, it falls to leaders like you to use the power that you have to provide whatever protections you can to ordinary residents like us. It is a biological fact that the more diverse an ecosystem becomes, the stronger and more resilient it becomes. The same is true of human communities. Immigrants bring incredible gifts to this county. My father and a great many of my other family members are immigrants. So it is awful to watch this current regime use its power to cause harm to our beloved immigrant neighbors. The harm and trauma of the U.S.'s broken immigration policy has been an emergency for a long time. This is not new. Passing this bill would be urgently necessary if only immigrants were being more violently targeted by ICE. But ICE poses a threat to every single person in Montgomery County. ICE's recent actions have proven that neither citizenship nor legal residency will shield anyone from harm. ICE is kidnapping and detaining citizens, residents, as well as our most targeted and vulnerable undocumented neighbors. ICE is threatening, beating, and even killing people indiscriminately and with impunity. Everywhere they go, ICE leaves trauma and violence in their wake. So anything that this council can do to reduce the reasons that ICE has to enter our county in the first place will keep all of us that much safer. This is a hard time to be a leader at any level. Passage of this bill may be controversial among some of your constituents, some of whom we've heard from today. So I would like to thank the council members who sponsored this bill for your willingness to put first what is morally right, to uphold the Bill of Rights, and to serve the best interest of safety and the common good instead of what may have been a more politically easy path. Thank you. May safety, courage, and mutual trust be in us and with us, and in and with all of you in the living of these days. Thank you for passing this act.
Good afternoon. I am Reverend Louise Green, clergy, organizer, and caring neighbor. I am the Minister of Pastoral Care at Cedar Lane Unitarian Universalist Congregation, a founding member in both CAN and AIM networks. I am also a resident of a city nearby, Washington, D.C., where a swath of your residents no longer come. No one there is offering a comprehensive trust building safety legislation. So it is good to see your moral courage and the way you are protecting all of us. And I'm speaking today in strong support of this urgently needed bill. All the policy details can be established. The process of governance will continue. Let's hope quickly. So today I just call your attention again to the great need for expedited action. Our resident neighbors are suffering. The impact of harsh and untrustworthy federal action is all around. You've heard it 100 times today. Not just in other cities around the country, but right here in our region, in this county, in my city, there is less national spotlight in Montgomery County for now. And yet, the same cruel tactics are being used by federal forces right here. And the impact on targeted groups is real and, of course, falls heavily on brown and black people. Here are examples from my experience as a pastor in Montgomery County over the last 5 months. There was an 8-year-old, once a happy-go-lucky child in public school counseling. She now has panic attacks and even suicidal thoughts ever since her father was abruptly detained and remains held in detention. There is a work-authorized and documented construction worker who must drive to Virginia daily and fears abduction. He knows that no paperwork will protect him these days. There is a mother weeping because she came to the U.S. to escape gang violence. She now lives primarily in her apartment and immediate neighborhood. She's afraid to shop, go to a park, seek medical or police assistance. This is our country now. Huge numbers of people fearing life in community. And millions more, I hope, growing every day, risking federal violence to stand for decency and kindness with our neighbors. Everything that happens at the city, county, and state level matters as never before. And I have hope that the Montgomery County Council understands this and will act boldly to offer the maximum protection possible in a time of great danger, not just this bill, but the next ones. I trust that all of us, as caring human beings, could offer a compliment. We are all needed now, so please act swiftly and boldly. Thank you.
Start. Disclaimer.
Please turn on your mic, please.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Disclaimer, I'm not a lawyer and these are not all my thoughts. This is limited access forum. I support this Trust Act 3525 without any reservations. However, you must create a task force for improvements. There is concern that the Latin American, Central American, illegal, undocumented community and others will abuse this Trust Act to obtain fraudulent T, U, and S visas. Look it up, please. Now, my full name is Dhruva Diego Kumar. Quite often people call me Drew. My family and I arrived as legal permanent residents many decades ago from my home country, India, and we're now U.S. citizens here in my home nation, United States of America, for several decades. I've lived in this county for more than 4 decades. Most of my schooling here, including UMD College Park, we're a military family. I started work at the age of 10, exemplary. I thank Montgomery County Public Schools for introducing me to the Spanish language. I'm fluent, and this helped my career. Thanks to me for embracing and excelling on this. I built a multi-billion-dollar comms industry model company in the 90s. We employed almost 1,000, expanded into many countries, and operated domestically here in the USA. I joined as a sixth employee and became number 2 due to my competence, integrity, decency, loyalty, qualifications, results, mentoring new employees, and relentless 24/7 efforts in a business that required this level of dedication. Today, many of our diverse group of employees and executives work for some of the best companies in the world. I was there from the start with a lot of late nights and weekends on my own. Only I can discuss everything in detail like a top school MBA. Many of you defame me with false, dangerous, manipulative, abusive narratives. You should not use the Latin American Latinos for this. Nobody should get used. Nobody should get used. We are generational merit. You all have ignored us for many years, my home people from South Asia like us, and you take no action to prevent abuse against legally arrived citizens like us, specifically from the Latino community who have abused me over the years. Quite peculiar, I'm fluent in their language, have a strong affinity for their culture, some type of idiocy, jealousy, or deficiency on their part. I want to congratulate you, Montgomery County, Maryland Government Council President, Ms. Natalie Fanny Gonzalez. You were the best, most prepared intellectual candidate during your original candidacy in your district a few years ago, and I'm a fan of you, ma'ams, but also critical based on what many from your community do. You have a leadership opportunity to solve this, and this is an excellent start. Congratulations again. However, we must be compensated legal settlement for county failures. We are isolated, abused. The Latino community, along with Montgomery County Police Department, Montgomery County, Maryland government, City of Rockwood, Maryland government, with others, has aggressively participated in fair housing discrimination, civil rights violations, harassment, stalking, taunting, psychological false imprisonment, false, dangerous, manipulative, abusive, lawfare, extortion attempts, religious, ethnic, and jealous hate against my family and me. Many are Vatican LGBTQ discriminators. Many young, not nice, militant hate groups, facade type culture, a well-coordinated perimeter. You have to educate yourself factually on this. There can be no world-class schools without respect for elders, more disciplined methods to teach how to want each other to thrive, support each other, be achievers, strivers. Many youth spend too much time
I am
protesting.
so sorry, but you're out of time. I want to be respectful for every single person who showed up and testified and stick to the time. But I thank you for, if you have something else remaining, you can send me this
Can I just say the
testimony.
last line?
Last line.
Okay. Many of the younger mental health abused because they keep hearing this illegal undocumented term. We need a new term. I've come up with established immigrant or immigrant migrant communities, EIC or EIMC.
Noted.
This is a huge issue.
Okay, noted. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay.
Next.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. My name is Isabel Argati, and I've had the pleasure of getting to know many of you. I come here as an individual, but also as the Deputy Director of Community Bridges, where we serve Montgomery County youth. I'm here today because our community is under attack, and quite frankly, I feel that I am under attack. My family came here about 30 years ago from Ecuador, and now my parents are carrying their passports every day. I want to speak to you what I witness daily. The threat of immigration enforcement is actively damaging our students' mental health, educational achievement, and sense of belonging. Let me share a story of one of our students. Let's call her Camila. Camila was a 9th grader at Blair High School, where her father was detained this past fall. Her mom was suddenly left alone with Camila and her 3 younger siblings. Camila started experiencing panic attacks at school on top of her existing learning accommodations. She felt unsafe. Her father was eventually deported, and he was sent to Mexico without a phone, without any documents. Eventually, he found his way back to Guatemala, and the mom had to make the impossible decision of reuniting the family and going to Guatemala. On December 17th, the family relocated, and her American-born siblings left with Camila on their first ever plane ride back home to a place they never have known. This bill isn't just about protecting individuals from deportation. It's also about the chronic stress of living under immigration enforcement and threat. It's a trauma response. This bill is also a step towards protecting the development of an entire generation in Montgomery County. I also want to share a story about two sisters in our program, a 5th grader and a 6th grader from Highland and Newport. When their father was detained, the older brother skipped going to Montgomery College and picked up a job to help out mom instead. I helped deliver food to the mom to feed all 6 kids, and I even witnessed the daughter video calling her father from the detention center. She didn't understand why her father was put away, but she knew that we were there for her. Her dad was eventually released during Christmas week, but the mom said that he came back traumatized. She said he wasn't the same. He had witnessed unimaginable things. He was malnourished and just acted differently. Is the county ready to take on the extra support needed to remediate the abuse of ICE? Just this past week, I got another mother calling me saying her husband was detained by the Metro, and now her and her 5th grader from Joan Lelig are alone. So instead of enrolling students in field trips, I'm now working with Amoco IRC to help make sure that GoFundMe pages are set up. Let me be clear. Affected community members will not come to you for help. They do not trust you. The county government is not a trusted entity right now. There's confusion amongst police uniforms, car vehicles, and even the way MCPS is responding to this. This bill is a critical step towards rebuilding that trust, but it is only a step. Every time we delay this bill, there's a girl in our program that does not go to bed knowing her parents will be there in the morning. And this bill is not just policy, it's a promise and a start. It's a promise that Montgomery County won't participate in family separation and that our schools and health centers are sanctuaries, not surveillance zones. Pass this bill, our girls are watching, and Montgomery County's identity as a welcoming community depends on it. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Council President Fanny Gonzalez and members of the council. My name is Alexandra Morgaran. I'm the political coordinator with 32BJ SCIU. Francesca Castellon Bonilla is our member. Unfortunately, she was not able to make it today, but I'm here to testify on her behalf and on behalf of our union. 32BJ SCIU is proud to stand in solidarity with immigrant workers in Montgomery County and the millions nationwide who live in constant fear of detention and deportation. As an organization that is dedicated to advancing and protecting the rights of workers and their families, we strongly urge the passage of Bill 3525, the Immigrant Protections Act. This is critical legislation to ensure that all county residents feel safe, valued, and welcome in our communities while upholding civil and constitutional rights. 32BJ is the largest building service union in the country, representing over 185,000 members up and down the East Coast, with over 2,000 members right here in Montgomery County. Our members are primarily immigrants and people of color who make up the essential workforce that keep our homes, workplaces, schools, and transportation hubs safe and running. With our dedicated members, we fight to build a just society where immigrants can live free of fear and are treated with dignity and respect. Unfortunately, communities nationwide are facing unprecedented attack by ICE. Immigration arrests have tripled across the country. This issue is particularly pressing in Montgomery County, where immigrants make up 30% of the county's population. The current administration's immigration dragnet has left few communities unscathed. Our union family is no exception. Multiple 32BJ members have been subject to unjust detention by ICE. We at 32BJ believe it is totally unacceptable for ICE to harass and detain honest, hardworking members of our community. Montgomery County must not contribute local law enforcement resources towards such actions. 32BJ strongly supports efforts to codify into county law immigrant protections and to strengthen measures to limit and, where feasible, to prohibit the use of county resources and warrant less cooperation with ICE or any federal agency for the purpose of detention and deportation, ultimately leading to family separation. We urge the adoption of policies and legislation that focus on ensuring that community members feel safe, not threatened by their local government, including their local law enforcement units. It is why 32BJ urges a favorable report on Expedite Bill 3525. Thank you.
Good afternoon, County Council President and council members. Thank you for your steadfast leadership. My name is Philip Alexander Downey, and I am a lifelong county resident, child of an immigrant, and I have the honor of serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the Montgomery County Pride Family. Our organization serves people who rely on county services to stay housed, healthy, educated, and safe. I'm here today because access to those services depends on trust. I'm here to testify in unwavering support of the Trust Act. This bill ensures that residents can use county services without fear of being questioned about immigration status. It allows people to visit libraries, enroll children in schools, seek housing assistance, and access health care knowing they will be treated with dignity and respect. ICE activity has installed fear in our community, tearing families apart and discouraging our neighbors from seeking health, reporting crimes, or engaging with local institutions meant to keep everyone safe. The Trust Act strengthens public safety by ensuring residents feel safe reporting crimes and engaging with county agencies. When people trust their local government, they engage with it. That engagement benefits the entire community. This bill establishes clear standards for county operations. These standards protect due process and uphold civil rights. Montgomery County is committed to fairness, inclusion, and equal access to services. The Trust Act fulfills that commitment by protecting families, connecting community. This is about all of us. My community members, I want to say this to you, you absolutely belong. I urge the council to pass Bill 3525. Thank you again for your steadfast leadership.
Thank you to every single person who came forward to testify. We have the last two speakers virtually right now. We're going to start with Shelby Harper.
President Fanny Gonzalez and council members, good afternoon. My name is Shelby Harper. I am the co-chair of the Immigration Subcommittee for the Montgomery County Women's Democratic Club. WDC is one of Maryland's largest and most effective Democratic clubs, with hundreds of politically active members, including many elected officials. For more than 70 years, WDC has advocated for law and policy to improve the lives of women and their families. We strongly support Bill 3525, Promoting Community Trust Immigrant Protections Act. The Trust Act will better protect the rights and safety of the county's immigrant residents, and we urge the bill's swift passage. As you know, Montgomery County, Maryland is home to one of the largest proportions of immigrants of any county in the United States. Many immigrants, citizens and non-citizens alike, are understandably fearful in the face of ongoing unlawful actions by ICE officers. National surveys found that the Trump administration's intensified immigration enforcement over the past 12 months has had broad negative educational impacts on immigrant students, including reduced student attendance, elevated student anxiety, and increased incidents of bullying directed towards students from immigrant families. WDC believes that our immigrant neighbors should be able to live freely, send their children to school, and access county services without fear or discrimination. The Trust Act, which codifies County Executive Elrich's 2019 executive order, will promote immigrant trust of local law enforcement, mitigate immigrants' fear, and enable them to more freely access county services and opportunities. Importantly, the Trust Act limits the use of county resources in federal civil immigration enforcement, ensuring that staff, equipment, and facilities are not used for civil immigration actions without a valid judicial warrant or bona fide criminal law enforcement purpose. WDC applauds the County Council and County Executive Elrich in leading efforts to protect Montgomery County immigrant residents, our family, friends, and neighbors against a cruel and lawless federal immigration regime that rips apart families and tramples on due process rights. We ask for your support for Bill 3525 and strongly urge swift passage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Reverend Jules Jarvis.
Good afternoon, Council President and Vice President and all members of the Council, and thank you for your support, spearheading and support of this bill. My name is Reverend Julia Jarvis. I'd like to be called Jules, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Congregation Action Network, or CAN. We are an interfaith network of congregations and community partners across Washington, D.C. region, with a strong and active base right here in Montgomery County. In Montgomery County, CAN includes dozens of congregations, Christians, Jewish, Buddhist, and interfaith, representing thousands of residents who are deeply invested in the well-being of immigrant families. Our members live, work, worship, and raise families in this county. They are teachers, ministers, healthcare workers, small business owners, parents, and students. They show up not only in moments of crisis, but in the steady relational work of building trust and safety in our neighborhoods. For years, CAN has helped mobilize community-based rapid response networks, accompaniment teams, has organized Sanctuary for a Family, and led community education efforts so that immigration families facing enforcement or legal uncertainty are not alone. We train volunteers to accompany neighbors to court. We support families during emergencies and connect people to trusted legal and social service agencies. This work is local, it's practical, and it's rooted in Montgomery County communities. Through this work, we consistently hear the same concern when residents fear that a simple interaction with a county agency could lead to an immigration enforcement. Trust breaks down and life begins to unravel. People hesitate to report crimes, seek medical care, even go and get food. And they are scared to ask for help during these moments of crises. That fear, as we've all been speaking about, undermines public safety and harms the entire community, not only immigrant families. Our Montgomery County faith communities believe deeply in family unity, dignity, and due process. Protecting immigrant families is not about special treatment. It's about ensuring that everyone can participate fully in community life without fear, and that we all function in ways that promote safety, equity, and trust. So please, please support this measure and other measures to ensure all of our safety.
Thank you so much. And to every single person who came to testify in person and also virtually, now this public hearing is now closed. Again, this bill is going to be going to committee work session on January 28th, and it's a joint Public Safety and Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee work session. I know several of my colleagues want to speak, but I'm going to say I'm so sorry. We're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. And the next one on the agenda, it's a public hearing, zoning text amendment 2514, optional method, public benefits overlay zones. PHP committee work session will be scheduled for a later date. And the CTA will amend the overlay zones to make them consistent with the optional method public benefit system, grandfather the existing public benefits point system, standards from the overlay zones, and generally amend the public benefit system. Those wishing to submit material for the council's consideration should do so by close of business on January 22nd, 2026. We have one speaker for this public hearing, and I see him struggling to come here. You say, excuse me, please, let me come through. Let Mr. Ben come forward. You made it. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President and members of the Council. My name is Benjamin Berbert, and I'm here today representing the Montgomery County Planning Board, offering its support for ZTA 2514.
Ben, can you sing? Please, if you can please keep it quiet as you're walking out. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Please continue.
I'm here offering support for ZTA 2514 with a few additional amendments discussed at the Planning Board hearing. As the Council may be aware, this is really a follow-up step to the adoption of ZTA 2505, which made significant and meaningful changes to our public benefit system and the way we get them through optional method of development in our mixed-use zones. The primary amendments in 2514 are to 5 overlay zones, which touch on public benefits to ensure that these public benefits in the overlay zones are matching the countywide policy. There are new policy decisions being made. This is really a translation effort. In addition, there are some clarifying amendments that are made through the ZTA such as preservation of the existing overlay zone language in the legacy code section, clarifications on payment in lieu, and some other minor typo corrections, as well as a few more that were flagged during the planning board hearing for the council's consideration that are in our memo and in our staff report. A climate assessment was also produced for ZTA 2514, and for the same reasons I said before, that there really is no new policy direction as part of this ZTA, we found that there really is no meaningful impact to greenhouse gas emissions or any of the other county efforts on community resiliency and adaptive capacity. That is Planning Board's position. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This public hearing is now closed. We're going to move on to the next public hearing. Resolution to approve the creation of Viva White Oak Development District. This is an exciting one. Not that the other one wasn't. A joint government operations and fiscal policy and economic development committee work session is scheduled for January 28, 2026. Those wishing to submit material for the council's consideration should do so by the close of business on January 21st, 2026. As a reminder of our public hearing testimony guidelines, your comments must be limited to issues relevant to the public hearing topic for which you are testifying and are appropriate for a public meeting. You will hear a tone when your time is up, and we appreciate everyone abiding by their allotted time. Please state your name at the beginning and no clapping or booing. I'm going to ask actually all the speakers to come forward. I see Mr. Ken Hartman Espadas here, but I'm also going to ask David Bramble, Stephanie Helson, Rob Richardson. Let's just start with those first and then move on. Go ahead. You can start.
Thank you so much, Council President Fanny Gonzalez and members of the County Council for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Ken Hartman Espada, Assistant Chief Administrative Officer. As you know, Viva White Oak will transform East County and Montgomery County. This 280-acre site, formerly home to sludge composting, sand and gravel mining, and concrete recycling, has long been planned for transformation into a hub for activity, housing, jobs, and innovation. The establishment of the Viva White Oak Development District moves this planned vision forward. The administration asks that you approve the creation of the development district and tax increment financing based on the following conclusions. The district advances the goals of the 2014 White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan. Funding eligible infrastructure through TIF bonds improves project feasibility, but for the TIF, the project would not proceed. The Viva White Oak plan includes $2.8 billion in private investment, more than 6 times the value of public infrastructure supported by TIF bonds and the development district. TIF bonds enable environmental remediation and infrastructure construction without drawing on other county resources. And through 2069, when the last TIF bonds mature, county forecasts approximately $1 billion in tax revenues, exceeding bond costs and projected operating expenses. And the proposed structure of the development district mitigates inherent risk to a reasonable and acceptable level. Tax increment financing is a proven tool used successfully around the country, Maryland, and the capital region. Regardless, we have asked the tough questions. Is tax increment financing a viable tool, and is it the right tool for this development? In August 24, the county retained MuniCap, an independent municipal advisor, to assist in the review and analysis of the financial feasibility of MCB's development proposal. This included a but-for gap analysis of the project, financial rate of return to determine the feasibility of the project in the absence of a TIF, bond financing, and an estimate to the degree in which feasibility improves with the use of TIF bond financing. Additionally, the county's bond counsel, McKinnon, Shelton, and Henn, reviewed the proposed uses of TIF bond proceeds to evaluate whether the proposed public infrastructure facilities would be eligible for tax-exempt TIF bonds. The analysis by MuniCap and the Department of Finance, supported by information from MCB and other county departments, demonstrate the need for the development district as proposed. I want to thank every member of this council and welcome Councilmember Evans for your continued commitment to East County's potential and setting a precedent for strategic inclusive growth. Because of your support to date, East County is experiencing a renaissance of new housing, new retail, and amenities that residents have asked for. I want to thank your staff for thoughtful engagement with our team, and we also want to thank Planning Board Chair Artie Harris and planning staff for their expeditious provisional adequate public facilities review. Our team looks forward to participating in the committee work session and in addressing your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to have Mr. David Bramble. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is David Bramble. I'm the managing partner of MCB Real Estate. We're the developer of Viva White Oak. Thank you, President Fanny Gonzalez and Vice President Balcombe and the members of the council for having us here today to discuss this transformative investment for East County. Since last July, we have made significant progress on Viva White Oak, including letters of intent or leases in negotiation for over half of the retail space, with our first lease recently signed with a popular national organic grocer. We are in final negotiations with a well-known home builder for the townhomes and the first multifamily buildings. All of the pieces are clicking into place, and the most important piece, in fact, the linchpin for the whole development, is why we are here today, to ask for your approval for the Viva White Oak Development District. You all know better than anyone else why this site matters so much to Montgomery County and to the entire region. 280 acres with this proximity to the FDA, major highways, flagship universities, and the nation's capital sits today as a sand and gravel quarry with a single road running through it. Part of the reason it has sat underutilized for decades is that it needs nearly $170 million of public spine infrastructure before even 1 square foot of development can be built, including mass grading and environmental remediation to support 3 main public master plan roads. The realignment of FDA Boulevard, the Adventist Connector Road, and the extension of Industrial Parkway down through the site must be constructed, including the extension of water and sewer infrastructure. There are also gating off-site utility improvements to support the full density, including the significant upsizing of WSSC water and sewer mains. And finally, there are 3 intersections that should be improved under the LATIP program, which include the intersection of Route 29 and Industrial Parkway, Route 29 and Tech Road, and Tech and Industrial. We are currently in the process of working with MCDOT and SHA to prepare concept plans for these intersections that work within the existing rights of way. On top of the spine infrastructure, there's another $100 million in additional public infrastructure and another $172 million in private site work costs. Altogether, $444 million must be invested just in the horizontal development of Viva White Oak. Without your support today to unlock this public infrastructure financing tool to fund the project's public portions, the project cannot move forward. This infrastructure investment presents a tremendous opportunity for an area of the county that is long overdue to receive its fair share. Not only will we unlock $1.3 billion in new value just in the first phase alone, the development will create thousands of jobs, high-paying jobs, and MCB remains committed to supplier diversity and promoting the growth of MBE and WBE businesses. Once the district is created, there's a 6-month process to underwrite, market, and sell the TIF bonds. We will come back before this council to receive final authorization. After the bonds are sold, we will immediately begin mobilizing on the site so that we can make the first retail delivery by 2028. We are excited. We have exciting tenants in hand, a ready home builder, and all the momentum. Please help light the final spark so we can deliver for East County. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have next? Would you like to go, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Rob Richardson. I'm a resident of White Oak. I'm also co-director of the LabQuest Community Partnership, for which I speak to you today. As most of you know, LabQuest has long championed essential development within the White Oak area and the East County, such as the Federal Research Center, FDA, the Adventist White Oak Medical Center, and now, after much time, Viva White Oak. LabQuest has submitted our formal written testimony supporting our total endorsement of the White Oak Development District and the TIF financing before you today. So with respect to the council and others here today, I'll summarize a bit. We need to get this done. We all know what this proposal is. We all know that it is essential for the future revitalization of one of the previously most underserved areas of our county. We all know that without this legislation, this critical development will not go forward. And the very likely consequences to the residents of that failure for the entire East County. Additionally, we also know that particularly in these days and times, speed is of the essence in undertaking a project of this magnitude. LabQuest therefore earnestly requests the Council to expedite its consideration and the approval of what will be most likely one of the most beneficial and consequential economic development actions in our county's recent history. The time is now to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Council President Gonzalez and Vice President Balcom. It's my first time to say that this year, so welcome. And esteemed members of the Council, thank you for hearing me today. For the record, my name is Stephanie Helsing, and I am the President and CEO of the Greater Silver Spring Chamber of Commerce, representing more than 350 employers, mostly small and minority-owned businesses, in the Greater Silver Spring and surrounding areas in Montgomery County. The Chamber is here to give a statement of full support for the Viva White Oak Development District and tax increment financing plan to ensure the completion of this much-anticipated and vital project for East County. The mission of the Greater Silver Spring Chamber is to support widened opportunities by growing jobs and businesses to increase prosperity for all of our residents. The perpetually delayed Viva White Oak project is what Silver Spring needs to make this happen in East County. This is more than just another project. This is a long overdue promise for investment in and revitalization of East Montgomery County by activating long underutilized land that will generate more than 27,000 construction jobs and 11,000 possible permanent jobs. The use of a development district and TIF plan will allow this to happen without impacting existing county resources or services. In short, the East County deserves the same quality services, housing, retail, and amenities that exist in other parts of the county. And the Chamber encourages the county to use all the tools it has at their disposal to promote economic development in this area. A development district will help jumpstart the local economy in Greater Silver Spring with new jobs people can walk to in a highly supported, inclusive, and diverse working environment, as well as provided much-needing housing. Whoa, that was hard to say. It provides both the economic development piece and the residential piece that is desperately needed. Fun fact, other than Victory Housing for the elderly, the recently completed Logic Apartments brought the first new multi-family housing to the White Oak area in over 40 years. Further, this development is critically important for White Oak Science Gateway Plan and helps achieve the county's own goal of growing our employment base in an equity-focused area, which is a geographic area that merits increasing focus on economic opportunity. Viva White Oak will be the center of an area with multiple points of engagement and activity that have also been identified in Thrive 2050. In closing, the Chamber wholeheartedly supports the use of the development of the White Oak District and the TIF, allowing for Viva White Oak to become an exciting mixed-use space that will enhance the immediate area and spur increased reinvestment in the Greater Silver Spring area. We urge the County Council to approve this plan and further to expedite the entire process to ensure that this development finally breaks ground sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to have Radwan Shodori. Hey, I was close. Shayna Davis Cook. And then our last person will be virtual. Go ahead. Please state your name right on top. Do you want to go? Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Council President Fanny Gonzalez and member of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Radwan Chowdhury, speaking on behalf of the East County Citizen Advisory Board, which we strongly support the Viva White Oak development and urges the council to approve the tax increment financing program and phase 1 funding. We also support the developer phase 1 project list. We also request a public review of the planned improvements at Old Columbia Pike and the US 29 Tech Road and Industrial Parkway. This intersection must safely serve not only Viva White Oak, but also the thousands of residents living within this area and the commuter traffic that serves through this area. When time comes to consider phase 2 of the project, consideration must be given to update and meet compliance with the Fairland-Brick-Cheney master plan, as well as the White Oak Science Gateway master plan. However, we ask that phase 1 fully funded, a study and mitigation plan elevated to foreseeable congestion occurring on Cherry Hill Road, Broadbridge Drive, and the Culverton Boulevard intersection to ensure the network can handle early development traffic. This area designated to acquire 3 new activity centers, the Life Science Center, White Oak Center, in addition to the existing FDA campus. Montgomery College, probable location of its East County campus in this area, and possible new activity at the Federal Research Center. All of this will further increase demand on roadways already at capacity. A bus rapid transit network is essential. We urge the Council to plan funding the BRT through both CIP and the reassigning LATIP funding currently embarked for RIDE on improvements to the BRT. We foresee the BRT concepts uses not only the north-south Road 29 corridor, but also the east-west Randolph Road corridor. We ask that a BRT alternatives study begins this year to elevate this configuration and begin identifying station location. In closing, we request the Council to approve the TIP and phase 1 funding, direct the Department of Transportation and Planning Department to update and expand LATIP, including BRT funding, and initiate a new East County BRT alternatives study, including the Randolph Road BRT. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for having me.
Good afternoon, council members and Chair Fanny Gonzalez. I agree, this is really exciting. My name is Shana Davis Cook, and I reside in the Hillendale community located within the White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan area. And I am here today on behalf of the Friends of White Oak, a 501c3 nonprofit organization committed to realizing the full vision of the master plan. I'm here to testify in support of the proposed resolution to establish the Viva White Oak Development District and associated tax increment financing structure. The Friends of White Oak strongly support the Viva White Oak development, which is a long overdue investment for the East County. But more importantly, it is a transformative opportunity for the entire county. This project cannot be achieved without a massive investment of public and private infrastructure. The current site of 294 acres of undeveloped land. Before any vertical development can begin, the developer must perform mass grading, soil remediation, construction of connector roads, and installation of associated utilities, all of which must be completed before construction of the long-awaited and desperately needed new housing and retail. There is no single development site of this size with this level of needed public infrastructure in the entire county. This unique project demands a unique funding solution to make it viable and to bring it from concept to reality. But time is of the essence. The County Council action is needed by early February to ensure that the 6-month bond closing process can commence, to allow for the first phase of construction to begin in summer 26 and the first retailer to be able to open by fall of 2028. Each day of delayed action to approve the development district is another day of delay in getting the first shovels in the ground. But let me be clear. Although we acknowledge there are legitimate concerns related to traffic surrounding the development site, the county has established a process to plan for comprehensive traffic improvements through the LATIP approach, which provides flexibility for intersection and right-of-way improvements to support new development capacity. We further agree that it is important that the community has an opportunity to weigh in on these traffic concerns. But in order to maintain the project's current momentum, we urge the council not to delay action on the development district while these solutions are developed. The Planning Board has already determined, and we hope that you will agree, the public input can be adequately considered following creation of the development district, thereby allowing the development timeline to remain intact. The developer has demonstrated their commitment to transparency and a collaborative process, and we appreciate their willingness to embark on this unique opportunity and future economic engine for this entire county. Our community has waited too long for this opportunity to watch it slip away due to a lack of funding or further delays that could impact the bond market and the fiscal viability of the project. Therefore, the Friends of White Oak urges the County Council to approve the resolution and to take final action promptly to establish the Viva White Oak Development District, thereby allowing this project to finally commence. Thank you.
Thank you. The final speaker is virtual. Mr. Dan. We know that you're always around in this area.
Can you hear me now?
There you are.
I'm the last
I want to
one.
give you love. I just want to put it on the record. Come on. You have 3 minutes. Go, my friend.
I'm Dan Wilhelm. I'm president of the Greater Colesville Citizens Association. GCCA strongly supports the Viva White Oak development and endorses the use of tax increment financing as the viable mechanism to fund the essential infrastructure. We agree with all the previous speakers that this is vital and needs to go forward pronto. We support the developer proposed Phase 1 projects. In addition, we urge that the Phase 1 complete the funding of the bikeway on Cherry Hill Road and add turn lanes on Cherry Hill Road at Broad Birch and Calverton Boulevard intersection to provide capacity to support the development. LATIP funds can provide some of that funding. Although not affecting the Phase 1 funding, we urge a detailed review of the public designs for critical intersections on Old Columbia Pike, US 29, and Tech Road, and Industrial Parkway. The addition of is support of Viva White Oak. It also is needed to accommodate the safety and access through the area, and especially for the large number of residents who live south of Industrial Parkway. Right now, they have no safe way to get out to US 29. When the council approved the Local Area Transportation Improvement Program in 2017, the council considered many needed transportation improvements and decided that some would be funded by the LATIP fee and others by the CIP process. We believe that both sets of projects must be addressed in the upcoming council decisions for Phase 2. They don't affect Phase 1. GCCA feels that the previously identified projects must be updated and expanded to include the Fairline Briggs Cheney Master Plan as well as the White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan. Many people will travel within the area bounded by Briggs Cheney Road on the north, New Hampshire Avenue on the south, and east of Old Columbia Pike, US 29. The transportation network must efficiently move people within that area. That combined area includes 5 activity centers and FDA, which is effectively an activity center. Today, roads in this area are at capacity. The massive increase in residents and businesses in Viva White Oak will overwhelm the current planned road network if good public transportation is not provided. The recommended road projects are necessary, but only provide capacity needed for the first year or so of the White Oak development. In addition to road improvements, the BRT must be built. In 2007, the approach was to build BRT using CIP funds, but we suggest that decision be reevaluated. The use of BRT should replace the ride-on improvements identified in the LATIP. Funds needed for the ride-on improvements should be shifted to BRT, and the LATIP funding mechanism should be modified to accommodate that shift. We provide as an attachment to this, our testimony, a concept of how transportation can be worked in this area, and we urge that a alternative study being started this year to consider that alternative or any others.
Thank you, Mr. Dan. Your time is up. We can submit your final testimony with us. Do you have a final sentence?
Well, the last thing, just summary. We urge to rapidly approve the TIF and the funding, direct the transportation and planning staff to update the LITIP and funding related, and initiate the alternative study for BRT.
Thank you.
We just urge the council to make decisions quickly on getting
Thank
MCB
you.
going.
Thank you so much. This public hearing is now closed. Last item for the agenda. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. Agenda item 8 is a public hearing on a resolution to approve an amendment to the FY 25-30 Capital Improvements Program and supplemental appropriation number 2640 to the FY 26 capital budget, Montgomery County Government, Department of Emergency Management and Homeland Security, Public Safety Joint Operations Center for $2,439,000. A Public Safety Committee work session will be scheduled for a later date. Those wishing to submit material for the council's consideration should do so by the close of business on January 22nd, 2026. There are no registered speakers for this hearing. This public hearing is now closed. Thank you so much to everyone for participating today. We are adjourned.